The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in this motherfucker. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Hopefully you can hear me clearly. Experimenting with this equipment that crew got me. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Crewman. And this is season 5, episode 10, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. We should be joined here shortly with Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and maybe Lady Che, and maybe a few others, like Desiree and others. And on the season 5, episode 10, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is the tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles, so we're going to continue to mess up the tangible for our votes all the way up to 2100. Then we got Black Democrat politicians continue to prove they're not there to serve FBAs in any capacity. Then we got Ramaphosa's meeting with Trump was the real Mandela effect. Now, we did cover that last week, but Shabaka missed it, so I was going to recap that for him. And then which political party should pay reparations? 23andMe is sold. What happens to your DNA? If you did that 23andMe, what happens to your DNA files? While America has Jason Whitlocc fatigue, you know, they run around here talking about they got black fatigue. We got white fatigue. We got tether fatigue. We got coon fatigue. Then we got Larry Hoover, former Chicago gang leader of the Gangster Disciples, has prison sentence commuted by Trump, or the dump as a human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Then we got Trump pardon rapper NBA YoungBoy, and black people are furious. Are Juneteenth and reparations connected? Yes. Khaleef Alexander thinks so. I met this brother before on a previous platform. I'm not going to mention the name of the platform, but we had a good old discussion on that platform. And then Namibia, otherwise known as Southwest Germany, demanding reparations from Germany. So those are the topics tonight. Thank y'all for checking in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. So I gotta pull up the first them, the tangibles. So yeah, like I said, this is the year and a decade of tangibles. We're gonna continue to mess up the tangible for our votes all the way up to 2100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading it for the past 5-6 years. So instead of 2020, it's 2028 for the presidential, 2026 for the midterms, and 2025 for some local elections, and then here in Denver, 2027 for the next Denver election. All those elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, communities of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, distressed, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group. Hold on, Shabak, I'm going to bring you in, but I got to finish reading this. Has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group by providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing. And since it's 2025, it's Tangibles 2025. And like I said, 2026, that's when the midterms is. Tangibles 2026, Tangibles 2027 for the Denver elections, and 2028 for the next presidential elections, all the way up to 2100. Black family, continue to demand something tangible for your vote. Greetings, Shabaka. I just finished up with the tangibles.
Yes, sir. Okay. Sorry I'm late. Greetings from Sin City. Okay, it's because somebody else should be joining us. It's because we were with our brother Dynamite earlier this evening in the East. And we're coming to you here from Las Vegas, Nevada, here at 9:42 p.m. in the Pacific. And guess what? It's 97 degrees.
I believe it, Shabaka. Has it hit 110 yet?
No, I think we got up to about 111 today. Okay. You know?
Oh, then it already hit 110 then.
Yeah. So we got up right here. So therefore, all you individuals of a certain persuasion who say that we're all the same, I challenge you to come out here tomorrow, sit out here with me in the sun, and you know the rest on that one. You know, got to speak in code right here is because social media is definitely cracking down, you know, and need to build a case against them, you know, because they're saying we're supposed to have free speech, you know, and then when we do exercise free speech, all of a sudden we violated community standards. But then when OTBs come up here and call us all kind of foul crap, just like somebody had told me, you know, on my page, I'm not arguing with idiots no more. Just simply delete and block, you know, and that is what it is. And then, Brother Chair, I think I'm looking for this right here. I wrote up something here, and then if this isn't on the schedule tonight, then we can put this here on another show. And what it is this is for a future show, people, you know, because I'm doing a million things at once. Dangers of AI, benefits of AI, building Black businesses and controlling industries, rebuilding cohesiveness within the Black community and diaspora, more Trump's lies on restoring the public, okay, because that's a show, and the truth is not in Donald Trump, but he's got this, I'm not going to say this dude's name, but he's an avid Trumpster. Weird looking dude. He comes on mainstream media, so I'm not mentioning his name, and I'll tell you off the air, Brother Che, and I'm quite sure that you're familiar with this clown. Mm-hmm. You know?
Yeah, you know, Shabaka, you left out Biden and how he was.
Oh, yeah, old Hyde Biden, yeah. Yeah, old Hyde Biden with his lies, deceit, prepackaged garbage, you know what I'm saying? And then these, how should I say, these, I'm going to be speaking in code, and I'm going to let you know what I'm talking about, Brother Paris, offline, okay? Those of a certain persuasion believe that us of our persuasion is not supposed to remember the past of certain atrocities. Okay? They hate us because they cannot be us.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense? Hey, Twin, I see you there in the chat room, brother. How you be?
Yeah, we got Twin and Crew in here.
Oh, okay. What's up, Crew? What's happening in the chat?
He's in Indiana.
Oh, okay.
What was I gonna say? Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on the tangible, Shabaka?
Oh, absolutely. Cut the check. You know what I'm saying? Cut the check is because if they can go out here and give all our tax dollars, man, to these other groups and individuals and what have you, surely they need to take care of us. But as we have stated, they want to keep us marginalized, calling us people of color, putting us in here with these other groups, as opposed to doing something specifically for us, is because of what we gave the world, number one, of how we built the United States without receiving a check, you see what I mean, or any type of compensation whatsoever. Then they starting to try to take away funding from the HBCUs. You see what I mean? And it's kind of like that. That anytime that we do for ourselves, we are interpreted as racist, and I don't see it, because we control no major stock markets, we control no major banks. Lord knows we don't control any state legislatures or any congressional districts by a majority. You see? And then on top of that, then you have the policy enforcers going out here committing these atrocities against us, and we're supposed to sit there, be blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and that there should be an insult to any person's intelligence.
Yep, I agree. So, what are the tangibles, Shabaka? Tell the people what.
Okay, we're up to about 5 sextillion right now.
Well, it's 900 sextrillion. That's old total. But we started.
Yes, sir.
We started at 100 trillion.
Yes, sir. And then then there are those that says, well, that'll bankrupt the U.S. Well, for your information, if it wasn't for our free labor, our intellectual property, our creativity property, the U.S. would have already been bankrupt. Say, this is why I appreciate what Brother Ibrahim Traore is doing over in Nigeria.
Not Nigeria, Burkina Faso.
I'm sorry, Burkina Faso. I stand corrected, Brother Chet. I need to fix me a cup of coffee, you know what I'm saying? And go to my lunch counter and beg for a cup of coffee. Except the beauty of it is I own the lunch counter.
Right.
Say, so being on a hiatus, we've been doing a lot of research on other issues. Okay. Then we're looking at the world events of what's happening. Okay. Donald Duck, he belongs in jail. Okay, it's because he's talking about reopening Alcatraz, and he should be the first inmate booked into Alcatraz. And he can still be the president, except his Oval Office will be a jail cell. Okay, he would have the whole island to himself. You see what I'm saying? He could have his Secret Service people right there. Hopefully let that fog hit him. You see what I mean? And whatnot.
The only crook that needs to go there, the whole
exactly.
establishment.
Because they say that America is a place of morals, dignity, and fairness. And with this man's scam election or selection, contradicts these principles of what these individuals state. You see, the hypocrisy is real. There's that old saying that you pissing on somebody's head and telling them it's rain.
Shabaka, we cannot leave out the wolf in sheep's clothing.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And guess who they had here in Las Vegas yesterday, folks? Oh, J.D. Vance. Oh, J.D. Your next president.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's either him or Trump Jr.
Yeah, or Duck Jr. Yeah, they say Duck Jr. You know what I mean? And two, with me getting up in age now, the only thing I could do is just leave these memoirs here for the generations after me. And to quote an Asian man, may he rest in peace and power, take what is useful, leave what is useless. You say, also too, and also too, Black family, we got to control our own medical research.
Well, Shabaka, that's one of the topics. The 23andMe, that's on the topic list. They got sold. Yeah. So that means if you went through 23andMe, your data got sold too.
Yeah, exactly.
You got sold.
Yeah, exactly. Just like when you take these DNA tests, you lose all your intellectual property to it.
Yeah.
And guess who to thank for that?
Fauci.
Skip the truth gates.
Truth gates, yeah. I was gonna say Fauci, but yeah, he needs to go to prison too.
Yeah, well, all of them are in cahoots together, brother. Yeah. You know it, I know it.
Yeah, but we can't put all the heat on the dump because she's not the only one.
Exactly. Same thing with the Biden, same thing with Tricky, same thing with Slick Willie. You see what I mean? And then you remember that story we did a couple of years back about Gary Webb? Remember Gary Webb, Brother Che?
Yeah, I'm the one that brought this story to you. He's the one that exposed.
Yeah, exactly.
The Contra, the Iran Contra.
Yeah. Right, and the epidemic that plagued the Black community. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And then I was speaking with a brother earlier, okay, and I was telling him is that the main targets of that epidemic was not so much Black males, but Black females. Say,
well,
say they were the main target of that.
Oh, that happened under what? Biden?
No, it happened under Clinton, all the way from Clinton. I'm sorry, wait a minute. All the way from Reagan, Bush Jr.,
even before
and
that,
Slick Willie.
Biden was in office in 72.
Oh, yeah, exactly. As the senator, yeah, I stand correct. See. And then the shout out birthdays, actor Pam Grier is 77, Gladys Knight just turned 81.
Yeah. And also,
and what happened with them?
Are the soul Tulsa survivor, or one of the last remaining of the two, just turned 111. Miss Viola Fletcher. She's 100.
Okay.
She just turned 111 this week.
Okay, and you said we lost her?
No, she just turned 111.
Oh, okay. She turned 111. Okay. And she's the last survivor of the Tulsa race riot.
She's the last of the two. Leslie.
Okay.
There's two remaining. It's her and Leslie.
Okay.
Her brother died. I had the opportunity to meet him before he died. Mr. Van Hughes Ellis. Also, Sabaka, today is the 100 and how many years would it have been? 104th anniversary.
Oh yeah.
Tulsa Race Massacre.
Yes, sir. And then I did send you the video that I did make from Tulsa, Oklahoma about a year or 2 years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
Where I visited the Black Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if you have that video, please share it if it's readily available.
Yeah, it's on Facebook, and like I said, I can't access Facebook. I wish we would have promoted the video.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because, I'm going to tell you where I put it, and they tore it down. I put it up on the old like page, so we rebuilding the new like page. Okay, so we're asking our people to go to Facebook, go to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and re-like that page. And the way you can tell the page is show a picture of LA City Hall on the front of it. And we're up to 55 followers right now. We want to get it back to that 1,800 as soon as possible.
Right. So,
and hopefully we could have it back to that in 6 months or less.
Shabaka put the information in the private chat so I can put it in the chat.
Okay.
All right, so continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. We're not letting up about the Democrats for their needs in 2024. We're going to do it again in 2026, 2028, all the way up to 2100. They're not going to offer something tangible, meaning reparations in the form of direct lineage-based cash payments for American freedmen. And waste of time. They're not going to offer us an anti-Black hate crime bill. Don't waste your time. They're not going to end qualified immunity in all 50 states. Don't waste your time.
Yeah. Yeah. And so what it is that I'm going to be sitting up here doing some more studying on this AI technology, because see what they're trying to do, ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to get you to do everything through artificial intelligence, shopping, banking, let's see, and even medical.
That's exactly why we need our reparations and direct lineage-based cash payments. We don't need it.
Right, so we could build our own infrastructures.
Hold on, Shabaka. Not only that, they're trying to move to a digital currency.
Exactly. That's what. Glad you brought it up, because that's what J.D. Vance was here in Las Vegas was lecturing about over at the Venetian yesterday.
Yeah, so they're trying to move. They're trying to move to a blockchain technology. Is what they're trying to do, like they do, like they have in China. So you say something, they'll cut your whole thing off, and you won't be able to access none of your accounts or none of that. They're already trying to do it with the penny in several states. So
yeah. And then also too, what they're trying to do is that they're trying to get these people broke out here and get them homeless. Is because, I hope I'm wrong, but it appears, man, that they're trying to get everybody out here in this desert.
Yeah, Shabaka.
That's the water off. You know? Yeah. Yeah. That's my theory, and I hope to God that I'm wrong. And if I am wrong, I'll be the first one to admit I'm wrong. And keep in mind, that's something that I want to be wrong about. You see? I really do. That's definitely something I want to be wrong about.
All right, so moving along.
However, it's essential. Yeah.
Gotta move to the next topic.
Oh, okay.
All right, so the next topic is Black Democrats. Politicians continue to prove they're not there to serve FBAs in any capacity.
Right.
So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
So I keep up with everything. If your first time here, welcome. Glad you can join us here. We do this at least here Monday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then you say, I want to get the app, that'll be a perfect time. That you did it on your own terms with your own man. And I say, for me, that's inspiration to watch a brother do something like that. And that really touched Dave, and I told him that. But I was being genuine with Dave when I told him, because to walk away from $50 million, all money not good money. Some people think, but Dave said that, yeah, he was getting the money, but he was noticing the way they were disrespecting his people, and he wasn't down.
Let me give y'all some context of what he's talking about. So they had that Ohio Expo, Shabaka, that they were advertising.
Okay.
And
Okay.
brother Afro Elite was there. Sister Vicky Miller was there. Sister Demetria.
Oh, really?
And
okay. And I still haven't heard from Sister Demetria K.
I know Shabaka, she's really hard to reach. She hasn't been live lately either, so I don't know. I hope she's all right.
Okay, maybe she's on sabbatical. Like I'm doing.
Yeah. I did email her the link to the show.
Yeah. We'll just stay on the helmet, as they say, man. You know, she'll get with us, you know what I'm saying? And also, too, definitely shout out to Dr. Christina Parks.
Yes. But Shabaka, they had ran into Dave Chappelle at the expo. So that's what Uncle Phil was talking about right now.
Yeah, and from what I understand is that Dr. Parks was in Compton, California recently.
Yeah, I think she was at that expo with Mr. Islam.
Yeah.
Down for that. He felt that kind of money just wasn't worth it. And a lot of people criticizing, why would you walk away from that?
What I was just telling you, he's talking about the expo.
Okay.
Dave Chappelle. And he's talking about how Dave Chappelle walked away from the $50 million.
Well, all money ain't good money. He must. I'd like to hear his reason. If I can get 10% of that, man, I'll be happy. But I wonder why Mr. Chappelle did it.
Because they were trying to make him do that agenda about it. That's why he walked away from it.
Yeah.
It was totally weird. They were trying to offer him.
Oh, okay. You're talking about that weird agenda, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
so
who's another person that they kind of criticized recently about some money? It was Kai Sanat with his streaming university. You know, you were saying that Netflix offered him $250 million. He said, "Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna keep it on my own. I'm not gonna give it to y'all." But so that's the first part. But let me get to the part we're talking about the Ghana trip, right? But let me get to the part where was captured with Brother Dave real quick.
Oh man, let's go. You gonna get a citizenship?
Google cars to
Ethiopia back in April. We take people to Africa as well through our platform.
Don't Google cars down there in Houston.
Yes, sir. Much love to you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, thank you all for everything. I'll see you on.
All right, so you know, Dave had asked him, "Have I got my citizenship yet?" And I'm like, "Not yet." But you know, Dave thought that was a good thing, taking trips to the African continent. So with that being said, Dave think that's a good idea. So make sure you sign up for the trip to Ghana, November 14th through the 21st. It's $199 deposit. It's 16 spots left. Make sure you do that because you know when he got away from America for about a good 2 years, and he went to the continent to do so. Because sometimes it's hard to clear your head in this country. I promise you that. Sometimes it's hard. But he came back bigger and better than ever, and he do everything he can to make his footprint known. Definitely in America.
Okay, well that's proven, Dr. Marimba.
All right. Let me see everybody coming on in. Everybody coming on in. And I appreciate that.
Like I already said, Shabaka, I know somebody personally that went to Africa, and they said that they are off code and they're not on the same thing that we on, and they were out there for 4 years in Kenya.
You're speaking of our brother. I know exactly who you're talking about. I'm not going to mention his name because, like I said, I'm going to start speaking in a lot of code. The reason being is because it came to my attention. Okay, as a matter of fact, in the last couple of days, what they're going to try to do, brother, they're going to try to tear me down, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that off air, Shabaka, but yeah, they trying to shut us all down.
So definitely the same, the faithful people I've seen coming on in. I like seeing some faithful people. They got something new on here I didn't know about, called a community leaderboard. That's something new I didn't know about.
Just added that.
And they talk about, I guess who's in the leadership. I guess based on comments. I don't know. Let me see fully what that is. Stand down, tap through your special badges. How you know leaderboards? Okay, all right. So yeah, the people who basically commenting the most, they'll tell you whoever on the leadership. So you get like the first people to do the most get the first 3 badges. Okay, something new YouTube is doing. All right. So well, I guess shout out to YouTube for that. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the main subject matter. What we're talking about. We're talking about black politicians. And we're talking about them because we want to just bring back up Governor Wes Moore. Now, there's a lot of people, in which I thought he would, has been chattering that he wants to run or possibly run for president in 2028. When Governor Wes Moore, when he vetoed not a reparations payment, not land confiscation and giving back to FBAs that was stolen. No, he didn't veto that. He vetoed a bill to have a study for reparations. And if this was passed overwhelmingly by the House and the Senate in Maryland. Now, our update to this is there has some people say when they come back in session, they're going to bring that back up again to see if they can override, his veto, which they can if it's 2/3 of the vote.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. When it comes to reparations, the majority of Black Americans support reparations. Of course, a minority of the folks, I think they said maybe like around 18% of the folks support reparations. And that sounds about right. Because it's a minority in the folks, community who want to do the right thing, who want to see the right thing, who are overall good people. It's a minority. The majority, they do not want to get rid of their apartheid system here in America at all costs. And they know that if you give Black people reparations, you're going to start putting an end to the apartheid system that's still going on in America. See, at least South Africa had talked about their apartheid system. At least in South Africa, they said, you know what, the ANC gonna take over in 1994, but we're still living underneath our apartheid system here in America. If you think about how they were treated in South Africa and look at how we're treated here, we have more atrocities still going on here in the United States of America than what they had during apartheid in South Africa. Look at what happened to George Floyd. That's no different than what they were doing in apartheid South Africa. You know, understand what I'm saying? And these people want to keep their system of apartheid here in America. They do not want any kind of equality. It's not that Black folks are asking to be superior to anybody. Black folks say we just want our equal share. That's it. We want our equal share and to be left the hell alone. That's all we want. If we can get our equal share, what's owed to us, and be left the hell alone, we ain't got nothing to do with nobody.
Right.
But to these people in this country, getting equality is oppression to them. Listen, you got white supremacist groups saying they're oppressed in America now. They oppressed. White supremacist groups say they are oppressed. Why? Because there's been more and more calls for this equality. And let me tell you white supremacist groups something. You're going to become the minority. They're going to have to set it right one way or another, or you're going to have a problem. It's just that simple. So just like your brethren in South Africa, the Afrikaners, that's crying because they are trying to set those things equal. And even last week when we had covered, white people are still making more money on the median income than Black people in South Africa right now, but yet they're always on TV talking about there's 142 race-based laws that benefit Black people in South Africa. Well, them laws not working because y'all still at the top, y'all still hold the land. So what more do you want?
Exactly.
It's not even equal in South Africa. I've been there, and it's not equal here in America either. We're not in a better position. We may have a few more trinkets than some in other countries, but we are not equal in this country. Black folks are still at the bottom systemically, collectively. Now, let's get to the black politicians. The black politicians is the worst of the worst to me, because it's not all the folks doing it by themselves. Just as much as we had on the plantation in America, we had black folks participating. You know, in the Boondocks, they talk about Catch a Freeman. That's most black politicians in America anyway. Catch a Freeman. You don't want black people to be free. You will assist the white supremacists in keeping black people in bondage. What do you do? What do you do for black people? What you do for FBAs? You don't do anything. And let me I don't know if y'all saw it, and I said, oh, I'm gonna cook on this in my next live stream. So last night, me and my wife was watching that new Tyler Perry show, She the People. And you know, if you watched it, what's her name? Terry Vaughn. I forgot her name on the show. She's playing the lieutenant governor of Mississippi. And they did like that little thing was crazy, especially with the white tour guide. Well, anyway, the kids, there was a bunch of black kids, they spied on her, saw her, and then she said, look, she's the first black lieutenant governor. And this one kid, it was so funny, I fell out laughing. I said, oh, I got to talk about that on the show. That kid say, so what is that supposed to mean? And I'm like, I say, oh, I was laughing. I was like, oh, that is the right attitude. In this show, that's the right attitude. What is that supposed to mean? Like, think about it. Wes Moore talked about, you know, we have the black governor and we got the first black senator in this state, and we got this, that, first black. And y'all do nothing for us. So like that little kid said on the show, what is that supposed to mean?
Right.
When you're trying to talk about what's going on with y'all. I don't care about the first black if you don't do crap for black people.
Right.
I mean, I guess you can pat yourself on the back, but what does that really mean? You the first black. If you're the first black DA, the first black judge, the first black police chief, the first black president, the first black city councilman, mayor, and black folks not benefiting from that, then why are you there? You might well put a white guy there.
Right.
Because to me, you're no different than the white guy. Matter of fact, you're more hardcore like the white guy would be. You probably can get more out of the white guy than you can out of these black politicians.
That's a damn shame.
Yeah, I said it. You can probably get more out of the white politician than you probably can get out of the black ones.
That's sad.
Because the black ones come in, and what I said at the bottom, they will not violate the 2 cardinal rules. What is the 2 cardinal rules? Remember this. They can't, and they won't. Because you can do a whole lot of things that you don't want to do. They won't do nothing for black people, specifically, and it will not punish white folk.
Yep.
That's the 2 things they will not do. And that's how they can stay in that position forever, Maxine Waters. That's how they can stay in those positions forever. Think about it. Look in their history. They don't do nothing specifically for FBAs, and they don't punish any kind of white corruption, criminality, or anything like that. And it can happen in a district. It can happen if they're a governor. It can happen if they're a mayor, police chief, judge, DA. No, they better not do anything to white people. They better keep that system the way it is, period. They are the black gatekeepers in this system. And personally, I'm sick of them. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you are sick of them as well. See, now Wes Moore is getting a lot of backlash. He's getting a lot of backlash right now because a lot of black folks say, man, nah, we got you. Man, you better not come here talking about you gonna run for president. It's like, we gonna remember that. I said that right off the bat. Y'all thought I was hardcore on Kamala. Oh, wait till he run. Oh, wait. I will be taking my time. It'll be the Wes Moore show every night. like it was when it was Kamala. It'll be the Wes Moore show. Why? Because I don't forget when you do black folk wrong. If he would have did black people right, I would be his biggest supporter if he runs for president. That's the way I work. If you do something right for black people, I will support you. I'm in your corner. I'm going to use my platform to support you. If you do something wrong against black folk, I'm going to use my platform to be a thorn in your side as much as possible. That's the way it works. Period. I don't care about nothing else or what happened with black people right now. Don't care. Well, but the Republicans, I don't care what the Republicans are doing. I don't care. When you're a black person, whether you are FBA or not, if you're in this country, you're supposed to be doing something for black people. And if you're not going to do it for black people, FBA or not, then we need to have a problem with you. At least that's what I'm establishing. Listen, that Obama stuff, that was one time only. See, he got away with that. Nobody else can get away with that. See, if it's been some years ago, Kamala would have been president. Because they would have voted for her saying, oh, she's black, we got to vote for her.
Even though she's not black.
And a lot of people didn't come out and vote for her. Look at the other lady that's on the thumbnail. LaMonica McEver, whatever is her name. She gets criminal charges, not because she's fighting for the conditions of FBAs in federal prison. Not because she's doing something good for something in the black community. No, she's fighting and getting criminal charges behind immigrants.
Legal immigrants at that.
Some of y'all say, well, you know, Phil, they get funded by AIPAC. I don't care who they get funded by. The fact is, these people, they don't come to AIPAC to get votes. They come back to get money, but they come to black folks and they expect black folks to show up to go vote for them when it's time for the election, which in 2026, next year, is going to be midterms, ladies and gentlemen, midterms. And Buckhart says my couch will be my best friend. That's what it's looking like right now. The couch. When will you Democrats ever learn? It's like, do y'all have the spirit of a loser at this point? Like y'all are so dug in with benign and neglect. I'm going to keep doing benign and neglect. Y'all have this attitude like FBAs. Forget them. We ain't doing nothing for them. Okay, you don't have to. And you can keep losing elections.
Yep.
Even locally. Let's talk about y'all too. It's not just national, it's locally. You black Democrats locally.
Yep.
Y'all be having all these positions, and what are y'all doing for FBAs in your local community? The mayors. What are you doing? Brandon Johnson. You know, he's being investigated for something I think is BS, because he wanted to have more black people, you know, working in his government, and I don't see nothing wrong with Brandon Johnson doing that. That's some straight up BS. But here's the problem with Brandon Johnson. In that situation, if Brandon Johnson would have built up his stock with the black community like he should have, now when they trying to come mess with him, he would have more black support.
Right.
See, what you black politicians fail to realize, you're still black in this system. FBA or not, they look at you as black. And you think, well, if I serve the Democrats, if I do all this stuff with immigration and LGBT and men going in women's bathrooms and biological males in women's sports and all this stuff that I support, and when your community say, bruh, what are you doing? That's not even our issues and problems. Address us, deal with us, and you build up that capital in the black community. So then when they come after you, it's ironic, the Civil Rights Division of DOJ, wow, that's crazy, want to come after Brandon Johnson because he wants to hire black people. Talking about he's being discriminatory against white people. which is the craziest thing you ever heard in your life. White folks all through the Chicago government and aldermen and all kind of other things. But because he wants to prioritize some black people, now he needs a civil rights investigation. But how could you come to his rescue when he was up here okay with flooding the black communities in Chicago with illegal immigrants? Taking money from the black communities to give it to illegal immigrants. Now when Brandon Johnson is going to need black people to support him, he's don't have the support. And that's what you black politicians do every single time. You sit up here, you do the bidding of these silly Democrats, and then they leave you out to dry when the other side of white supremacy tries to come attack you. The Democrats don't do nothing but leave you out there high and dry. The Democrats have no loyalty to you black Democrats. They don't support you, nothing. Have y'all realized that?
You would think they would have realized.
The Democrats use you do their dirty work, mess over your community, and then when you really need the Democrats, they're like, oh, Brandon, that's kind of, man, those racist Republicans, Brandon. I don't know what's wrong with them. Why are they doing that? You know what I'm saying? They'll play dumb and all this other, instead of saying, you know what, nah, man, we're gonna fight this. We're gonna put all this good super PAC money we got behind Brandon Johnson, and we're gonna give him the best attorneys, and no, we're gonna fight this to the. They're not gonna do nothing for Brandon Johnson. Nothing.
Nothing, not a damn thing.
And the black community not gonna rally behind him because he constantly screwed over the black community in Chicago. And if something do happen with Brandon Johnson, let's say whatever it may be, if it's civil or criminal, I don't know. Whatever they choose to do with Brandon Johnson, he don't have no support.
No, he only got the blame for that shit.
Brandon, brother, call the immigrants to rally for you right now. Yeah, call them.
Yeah.
You sat up here, you told black folks about we all welcoming city, and we gonna welcome immigrants and immigrant. Okay, brother, go call the immigrants right now with that DOJ after you. Go call them, brother. It was the same thing with Kamala Harris. All immigrant. Okay, call them to vote for you.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not the biggest businessman in the world, but I'm not about to put all my stock in something that don't give me no return on investment, ROI. I'm just not going to do it.
Right.
Why would I put all my stock in immigrants when they can't even give me a vote? But yet I got a whole community that can give me a return on my investment, which is the black community. And a lot of y'all have been to college. Some of y'all have been to Ivy League schools, and that seemed like that was a waste of money and time for a lot of you, because it's not really, you don't need a college degree to realize, okay, I'm gonna do for the people that can do for me. So the FBAs has a history of voting Democrat hands down. And if I just do one or two good things for FBAs, I can literally get every FBA in the city to come out and vote for me. I know that. I can get every black activist come support me if they attack me. I can get everybody out. I can rally the whole country of FBAs if they mess with me, if I just do right by FBAs in the city. You would think that's what they would do, or Brandon Johnson in particular. You think that's what the brother would have did. But no, he didn't do it. When will you black politicians learn? Y'all are so silly, a lot of you. But you got these college degrees. What is the point of going to college if you're not using it? You're supposed to get intelligence in college.
Right.
And it seems like the majority of you that got these college degrees, I'm sorry, a lot of you act like you're remedial. Yeah, you can read a book, you can take a test, but you don't have no common sense.
Right.
It's called miseducation.
Common sense says, I'm going to invest in the people that's going to invest back into me. No, the black community collectively don't have these big super PAC. No, they don't. They have a high collective spending power, but they don't have that. But also the black community has a strong block of votes. Yeah. And no other community has a big block of votes like the Black community. So let me make sure I do one or two good things for them this term. Then I built up my capital with the Black community. And then anytime I need them, I got them.
Right.
Because the white vote is split down the middle. The Asian vote is split down the middle. The Hispanic vote is split down the middle. Nobody gonna vote in the block for me like Black people. Nobody. When will you Black politician learn? You listen, if the Black community don't support you, you have no support. I don't know why you think, well, let me try to get these white voters. The white vote is not even a block. It's split. More white people vote Republican anyway. I would not even care about trying to chase a white vote.
Right.
As a Black politician, let me secure the Black vote first. After them, statistically, even though the Hispanic vote is split, more Hispanics vote Democrat than Republican. Then after them, I'm going to try to secure the Hispanic vote. Then after them, I'm going to try to secure the Asian vote. And any other people that have some sort of melanin to them, I'm going to try to secure their vote. And at last, I'm going to try to secure that white vote.
Right. Last.
That's what I would do. It's just that simple. Because I understand the white vote is going to be much harder for me to get than all those other votes. And all I have to do is make sure I do something for all those groups. And then, of course, I got to do something for the business community, of course. Definitely got to keep the business people happy, of course. And that has nothing to do with no color. You just business people, right? You got to keep your business people happy. You got to do good in that area, because if you don't have no businesses, your city go down. I mean, come on. Any major city, I can literally see the business turning. And when I just cut corners, I can see business. You know, I guess maybe my eye sees it now, right? That's all you Black politicians have to do. Now, Buckhart says, when we vote, we come in droves. I mean, a caravan of us, unbelievable, Black power. Yeah. What other group talk about souls to the polls? You don't hear Asians talking about that, Hispanics. White folks sure don't talk about it. They talk about souls to the polls. They got your D9 people going to the polls. They'll make videos talking about get your booty to the polls with strippers. No other community has ever done that mess.
Right.
Why don't you? I mean, it's so stupid to not tap into that. And because you're Black, it's too easy for you to tap into that. But somebody tell y'all, I don't know what it is. Well, you can't really be doing too much for that group. We can't be making no white folks mad. And they're not the majority that's going to vote for you. They're not.
They're not.
Number one, because of racism. Mm-hmm. That's why. But yet, you Black politicians, don't make the good white people mad. Make the Black people mad that'll have your back. Make them mad. That's why I hope every one of you Black politicians out there, you lose your election. And I want the people in the districts to do a paperwork check. And what I mean by paperwork check, I want you to look at, if they're a congressperson, the last 2 years, what have they done for FBAs? What have they fought for?
Not a damn thing.
They'll sit up here and cry about Gaza all day long, but won't cry about what's happening to brothers and sisters in their district. You don't live over there. I mean, of course, I don't agree with what's happening, but dog, you live here. If you are a congressperson, you have a district. Your district should be seeing you, and you should be addressing issues.
Yeah.
Now, and may she rest in peace. I give her that. I will say this. Say what you want, but Sheila Jackson Lee, she was always seen. I'll give her that. I will never take that away from Sheila Jackson Lee. Somebody always saw her around. She was very accessible. If you wanted to talk to her in her district, I will give her that. Few people she's helped. I've heard the stories that the few people she has helped, They called her and she has helped a few. I say a few. I didn't say the whole community because I have to be, truthful about things. I can't just, even if I disagree with somebody's politics, I don't believe you should be lying on them or talking down on them. Sheila Jackson Lee was always accessible if you wanted to talk to her. And she was always around. I mean, one time I went to a concert, Sheila Jackson Lee showed up over there. I was like, man, Sheila, what's Sheila doing here? Like, you know what I'm saying? Sheila be everywhere. It don't matter what it is in Houston, you see Sheila showing up. You don't see too many black politicians doing that. So at least Sheila got that part right.
That's true. He's just answering questions now.
Alonzo says, these folks are showing us FBAs that they cannot and will not do anything for us. Anti-blackness is the goal. Hold on, let me cover all of them. Hold on, something else he said. Okay, hold on. I guess this is 3 times. Okay, cool. All right. So let's go ahead and continue here. So they don't take from the Capitol. You're getting criminal charges, LaMonica.
Yeah.
You're getting criminal charges, and for what? Why would you get criminal? Listen, if you'll get some criminal charges, at least get it for your community. Look, if she was getting arrested for finding out the conditions in a federal prison was unconstitutional and egregious, and she was like, you gonna stop this today and whatever, and get arrested for that, and people would find out what she was fighting for, the whole black community be on her side. So she gets some charges, right. And where are the immigrants, ma'am? Paging the immigrants, where are you at? Because there's so many of these black people that's willing to crash out. They're so willing to crash out for you, and you get criminal charges. I'm sorry, I'm not getting no charges for no group that's not fighting for me. Forget that.
Right.
Now, Cynthia says, and shout out to Cynthia. Met Cynthia the other day at the Ohio Black Expo. Good meeting you, sister. She said the Democrats here in Michigan, low key, are literally trying to regain the black voters. And Cynthia, how are they trying to regain the black voters? I would like to know. What are they doing? They back to doing fish fries, starring Jim Clyburn, or what they got going on new? Are they trying to have boots on the ground competition or something? And they have everybody pull out their fans? Is that what they trying to do? I mean, what? Because there's always some gimmick with the Democrats.
Always a gimmick with them.
They think that's what entertains black folk. Is doing boots on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I like black people having fun. Don't get me wrong, but when it comes to this politics stuff, it's time out for all that fun. We can have fun on our own, right? And remember, you don't owe the Democrats anything. You say election slide competition, yeah, you kind of outdated on that, bro. But we don't owe the Democrats nothing. We've done enough. So at this point, we on couches and say, Democrats, give us a reason to get up off our couch and go vote for you. Give us a reason. And you can't say Trump racist, the Republicans are racist. Nobody can say that because you know what? You're racist.
Right.
And maybe during the time of Biden, if you'd done something for black people, like when he first got in, if Biden would have done something for black people when he first got in, Kamala would be president right now. And then y'all trying to shame black people. How you gonna shame somebody that you didn't do nothing for? And then the people you do something for, you're not shaming them.
That part.
All the stuff y'all did for immigrants, y'all didn't go shame the immigrants not one time. All the ones in their communities that can vote, you didn't go shame them. We had so many of these bots that was ran by Democrat troll farms. That's why we went to members only chat. If anybody's watching, say, why they don't do members only? That's how we stopped it from happening.
Yeah.
And so we just kept it up and say, hey, it's beautiful. If you want to say something, then become a member, support the show.
You lied over Phil because you were supposed to end it after the election.
You sitting up here trying to shame black people, shame me. Like, you can't shame me because I ain't got nothing to be ashamed about. Like, I don't. How dare you black people want something? How dare we not want anything? That's my thing. How dare we don't want something?
Right.
Well, you know, in politics, you don't get everything you want now. Boule Martin. But he get his $300,000 check. Al Sharpton got his $500,000 check. Well, I tell you and me that we can't get everything all the time. We gotta make sacrifices. That's the stuff. Why they collecting a check? I wouldn't even feel good sitting up here collecting a $300,000 check and telling the rest of y'all that just shut up and vote or come vote or don't be saying something about tangibles. Well, I got a $300,000 bag or a $500,000 bag. I got mine, but I'm telling y'all not to get y'all's. You gotta be a low down, evil SOB to be talking like that.
Right. That's how Roly Poly.
I'm sorry. When Boule Martin took that money from that woman and talking the way he talked, I don't see how a single person even listened to that dude.
Right.
He openly sold himself out for $300,000. All before you could speculate. Okay, it was speculation before. You could say, oh, he getting money or whatever. And that's speculation. You don't know crap. But it was confirmed now through the FEC report that he got $300,000. It was confirmed that Al got $500,000. You're compromised. I can't listen to nothing you say, bro.
Right.
Because you literally sold yourself out and telling other black people not to get theirs. You're mad because they talking about reparations, but you sure got your check.
Yeah, that part.
I don't see how in the hell anybody listened to him at that point.
Right.
Won't you tell black people how to get the same check you got?
Huh.
That would help out a lot of black people. Boule Martin, $300,000. Man, they help out a lot of black families.
Yeah.
I wouldn't dare sit up here and tell y'all not to fight for what y'all reparations, but I got mine though.
Well, see, that's still part of that house.
That's some BS, bro. And that's the integrity thing.
It's not bullshit, Uncle Phil. It's the house nigga syndrome. That's what it is.
Then when y'all find out about it, he got pissed. He got pissed y'all find out about it. Trying to explain. It was nothing to explain, man. You were sitting up here telling black folk about reparations and mad at the FBA and all the other, like mad at it while he collecting the check.
Yeah. Calling a simple Simon.
And then you're gonna have some black person, well, the white people got way more than him. I don't care what white people got. I don't care. The white people wasn't coming, the white people that got it wasn't coming on these platforms telling you not to try to get your tangibles. The white people that got their money wasn't coming on these platforms telling you about stop fighting for reparations and stop delineating and attacking you constantly. The white people that got theirs didn't do anything like that. So what could I say about those white people? There was people like him every day, day in and day out, being sassy, telling you what you shouldn't be getting.
Yeah.
But why he get his?
Jeff R2, all the mugs. Tiffany Carl.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Laverne Westmore too.
Yeah.
He get his, but he don't want you to have yours. Yeah, you should detest anybody that do something like that. You should loathe that person. Yeah, because that's evil.
Parents, yeah.
That's like you telling homeless people who starving, who haven't even eaten in a week, while you eating a buffet, that you shouldn't fight to get no food. But I'm eating a buffet. I mean, I'm eating so much food, man. Oh, my stomach hurt. But I'm telling you, don't go fight for food. But I'm full. That's no, it's not just selling out. That's just evil. That's evil. And the reason why Boule was so mad that y'all found out about it is because he know he wasn't right taking that money. That's why he got upset when y'all found out. Oh, it's for advertising. Ain't nothing going on your platform, and your platform is not that influential to give you that kind of money, bro. Right. And we all know it. Nobody listening to you. People look at you as a clown.
That's exactly what I look at that trick as a clown.
Doing a whole hour speech to explain why you got 300,000, bro. You had to explain. You had to do all that. I respect you more if you took the Jesse Lee Peterson route with it.
Oh
Jesse
man,
Peterson
not
said
that
that
dude,
he couldn't
man.
beat him, so he was going to join him. That's what he said. Hey, I respect Jesse on that.
Lord.
Jesse's up front with his. I got more respect for Jesse Lee Peterson than I have for Boule Martin. I'll tell you that much. I respect Jesse all day long for that.
He said,
because he up front with it.
They paying me to say this.
He ain't hiding.
He did say that. He said, yeah, they're paying me to say this bullshit.
Yeah, that he did do.
But Eric said guiltiness rests on their conscience. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I understand not all good money is good money. It's times I turn down things because like, nah, I'm good because it don't look right. Nah, I don't want to do that because I'm not trying to sell out. I rather take the slow route. If I don't get there, I don't get there.
Right.
Because I tell people all the time, like, oh, certain people, you know, turning down certain amounts of money. I was saying the other day in the barbershop, I say, bruh, you don't need no hundreds of millions of dollars to live, bruh. You don't.
You really don't.
Man, look, if a person was making 1 million, 1.2 a year consistently, for the rest of their life, bro, that's good enough. What more do you need if you're living off of that?
Right.
I'm just saying, if you making $1.2 million a year, that's $100,000 a month. If you can't live off $100,000 a month, then what are you doing at that point?
Right.
You don't need no $10 million, $30 million, $100 million. I'm not saying I wouldn't take it if I can get it on my own, and I didn't cheat nobody, I didn't steal from nobody, I didn't break no laws, I didn't do nobody wrong, but I did it righteously.
Yeah.
I'll take it. But do you need to live? Do you need that to live? No.
Right. All right, Uncle Phil, appreciate that.
Yeah, these people dirty, man. These black politicians, man. If you look at them, I can tell a person that, listen, they smell like they get money. You can look at the way they dress, how they get money. You can look at the fabric they wear. You can look at it and tell, like, oh, your suit not cheap. Your dress is not cheap. Your female suit's not cheap. Oh, I can look at it and tell. I can look at the material and tell you didn't buy that from Macy's.
Right.
And I ain't got no problem with them getting money. I really don't have a problem with nobody getting money. I don't. But I take an issue on the way you do it.
Right.
And my thing is, if they wasn't in public service, it ain't my business. Do what you do. But when they're sitting up here sabotaging FBAs and telling you you don't need a study, you don't need reparations, you don't need this, you don't need that, telling you about tangibles, why you delineating, telling you everything while they collecting a check. No, you should never let somebody live that down, because you are worse than the white supremacists to me. You're worse than them. I told y'all, you got a lot of black folks out here who are politicians, commentators, preachers, whatever, are worse than any Klansman to me. I'd rather fight the Klan. I'd rather deal with a neo-Nazi skinhead, because at least I know where they're coming from and they up front with it, and I can fight.
Exactly. Malcolm said that, man, over
people,
60 years ago.
To look like you, but in your circles, and screwing you over worse than the Klansman.
Yeah.
Boss,
because the Klansman is not going to get in a black circle at all. But people like Boule Martin and the gang will, and try to talk down on reparations and try to convince people not to get reparations while he getting his, and for what they say, he don't even qualify.
Yeah, he's not of the lineage.
So why he even speaking on it?
Right.
Because I'm a firm believer that if you're not
straight up
FBA, what you speaking on reparations for?
Right. You would
stay out of the way. I don't be speaking on anybody's issues. Like, if I know, like, slavery happened in the Caribbean. If they fighting for reparations in the Caribbean, I'm not trying to say they don't deserve it. Who am I to say that? They went through slavery. They do deserve it.
That's like trying to sabotage.
I'm not trying to sabotage it.
If
anything, if they get reparations, I'm proud of them. I would move to the Caribbean and become a politician and be talking about, no, they don't need no reparations. I'd be like, no, they got to have reparations, because I don't need no check from nobody. That's their check. But unfortunately, we got some people who come from the diaspora who become politicians and then sit up here and talk about what we don't need.
That part. That's why we do.
You know, Westmore talking about his proud Jamaican heritage and all of that. I'm like, okay, well, go be a governor in Jamaica, brother.
Right.
They miss you. That seat
Where
need to
was
be for an
Westmore
FBA
born
brother or
at?
FBA sister that's gonna fight for the community. I understand that in the state you got to fight for everybody, and I have no problem with that. But black people say, don't fight for everybody else and then leave us out to hang and dry. That's our issue. You go fight for everybody else but us. We're not saying don't fight for nobody else. We're not saying don't do for nobody else. We're saying just make sure we good. That's it. That's not that hard to do. But if we do that, it's gonna make white voters uncomfortable. So they're uncomfortable with our presence. So if they're not, if you can't make them
for the last 400 years, man. I mean,
you can't.
I agree with him on that one.
See, if people
right
actually read a little more statistics, look at voter patterns, looked at everything, you wouldn't even be worrying about a white vote too much. But they still tap dance and hoping massa like them. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. Really appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. Also, you know, we always say we like 10 people to join us on the ADNC app every stream. If 10 people join us every stream, we're going to hit that goal, our main goal of 10,000 members on the app. We're slowly growing, and we going now. It's going to take some time, but hey, it starts a little bit at a time, right? And make sure to secure your spot on the Ghana trip. We got the pinned comment in the live right there, $199 down, November 14th through the 21st. You're going to make payments. But thank y'all for listening. We'll catch y'all on the next one.
All right, thank you, Phil. Westmore was born in Maryland, Shabaki. He's one of those first-generation immigrants.
Okay.
First, second generation.
Now, okay, also, too, I heard from a reliable source, man, that Francis Scott Key Bridge, man, is still down.
Yeah, it's still down. I ain't going to be able to put that up anytime soon. That serious bridge that went down.
Yeah, but like I said, man, is that, you know, we got to start holding these black politicians accountable. Actually, these politicians, period, we got to start holding them more accountable.
Well, especially the black ones, though, Shabaki.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. We got to start with them first, you see?
Office.
And this is why...
See, because politicians, you don't work for politicians. Politicians are supposed to work for you.
Exactly.
Bidding. And we expect you as a black person, you got the same skin, the same melanin as us, that you're going to look out for us. And that's what a lot
of
I'm going to look out for you. I'm going to do something for you when they're running for office. And then when they get in office, they do the complete opposite.
Yeah, Kamala Harris is a classic example of that. Same thing with Barack Obama, or Osambo, as we call him.
Kamala Harris never said she was going to do anything specifically for black people. And
I'm not going to do nothing specifically for black people now.
Exactly. So, no, not Kamala Harris. Maybe Barack Obama. But even him, he didn't say he was going to do anything specifically for black people either.
No, I distinctively remember Barack Obama saying no to reparations in his campaign the first time he ran. Yeah. And then they go to the city of Chicago, showing his older brother sitting up there crying because America elected the first black president. Now, when America elected the first black president, what started happening on a regular basis?
Black people was getting killed wholesale by the race soldiers.
Exactly. Thank you. Move to the head of the class, young man. Exactly. I thought I was the only one that saw that. You know what I mean?
No, I'm old enough to remember.
Oh yeah. Well, you was an adult, brother, when that there happened.
Yeah, I had just came of age to vote.
And then I never forget his speech in Denver, Colorado. Change that we could believe in.
Yeah, hope and change.
Yeah, hope and change that we could believe in. The dude goes over there to Kenya, talking about, you know, a certain agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And the president over there said, hey, man, you're going to have to get up out of here. And then, of course, we do know what happened was when the head of state of Ethiopia called him up on the airplane and said, look, man, don't even bother landing here with that.
Yeah.
See? And then also, too, before we got shut down with Blog Talk, we still got some of the episodes right there. And Sarge, if you out there listening, Sarge, you need to get in touch with me, man, because I got a whole lot to tell you. And it ain't good either.
Right. So this is what Kamala Harris told us in 2019.
That. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No. Because.
Okay. Now, see, what the irony of that is, Brother Shay, if a Chinese candidate runs for office, Chinese candidate ran, white candidate ran for office, or any other group besides,
put their people first.
Huh?
They always put their people first.
Yeah, exactly. But as soon as we do it, oh no, you're all are racist. One of you people just gonna forget about reparations and all that, and look at us all the same. And it is a pleasant 94 degrees here at nighttime here at almost 11 o'clock here in Nevada. I believe we're going to be having a temperature tomorrow of about 118. So why don't some of you folks out there that say that we're all the same, come join me in this sun tomorrow.
Yeah, but getting back to
let's sit outside.
Shabaki. In my city, we got a majority Latino city council. And these mugs, they made sure that their people was able to have a Cinco de Mayo for 3 freaking days. Whereas Juneteenth is only going to be this year. And we only got 2 city council members, and they sitting up here caping for the illegals and shit. Oh, coon ass Daryl Watson and my former councilman Chantel Lewis talking about we're not going to pit communities of color against each other. No, bro, what are you going to do for the Black community? Your district.
As a matter of fact, ask Miss Chantel, you could tell her from me that I, Shabaka Sankari, is inviting you to come on our platforms, Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and that I want to debate her.
Okay. She knows about us because I shared the link to her several times.
And then, too, if she's probably listening to some of our past episodes, I'm putting it on there, that Ms. Lewis, I think you're full of crap. Come up on this platform and prove me a liar. And guess what, Ms. Lewis? I want you to prove me a liar. Come up on this platform and prove me a liar.
Right. She's not going to do it. That's like getting Jeff to come on here.
Of course not.
Do it. Jeff,
of course not.
It's 5 years. He ain't came even to drop flyers.
He ain't Jeff Fart don't want none of me, man. He don't want none of me. And I went all the way to Denver, Colorado, and left him my calling card.
Yeah, he just so happened to be in Senegal at the time.
How convenient. But I appreciate him, traveling to our ancestral land, because Senegal has got quite a history, And that's why I like the little video where the sister says that she's not Senegalese, that she's Liberian. I appreciated the other sister that said she's not Senegalese because she's from Ghana. Then the last sister said that she's the Senegalese. You know what I mean? And this ain't hatred. This is not hatred, YouTube. This is not hatred, StreamYard. This is not hatred, Facebook. This is not hatred, Tweety Bird. All we advocate is that we quit hating ourselves and loving everybody else. Only time any other group loves us is when we sitting up here in these bullshit ass movies, making these dumb ass records degrading ourselves.
Yeah, that's what Hollywood banks on. It was blaxploitation.
And Hollywood is weird.
Remember, Shabak, it was blaxploitation that saved Hollywood. Hollywood was in that.
Yeah, it did, and then I did research on that there, Brother K, and it proved your point.
I'm trying to figure out why y'all dumb motherfuckers sit over there and you send me a text message, but you can't call me on my motherfucking phone, nigga. Like, you can call me on my phone and let me know what the fuck is going on. Whatever, Jesse. And look. Jesse, my phone number is 628-268-5431. And I'm tired of going through motherfucking Shabaka, have my motherfucking number. Y'all still text messages. I don't be on that shit. My computer, I have a desk. Look, let me tell you something. I have a desk. My computer sit here. I don't take my cell phone in my bed when I go to sleep. I don't do that shit.
That's right.
Y'all motherfuckers do that shit, but I don't.
That's right.
Whatever, Jesse. And it makes me so mad. You can call me directly, Jesse.
I have your number, Desiree.
Well, I'm giving it to you right. 628-268-5431. And trust and believe, I ain't worried about no motherfucker on social media calling my motherfucking phone, because you call my motherfucking phone and don't tell me who the fuck you is, you gonna get cut the fuck off any goddamn way.
Sister, come on now. All that
I ain't even dealing with your ass right now. Tell you, Shabaka, you get that fuck shit, you do that fuckery too, Shabaka. You gonna send me a text message
on Black Power Radio.
Technology stuff. Can somebody help me do an AI shit?
Look, you just now figured out Twitter Space. What are you talking about? Look, I emailed
you. I just figured out Twitter Space. And now, because I didn't say too much, them motherfuckers is tripping on me on Twitter. They're like, oh, verify your ID, because you know them cool niggas is telling on me.
Don't you give them your personal information on Stinky Bird. No, don't do it, sister. I lost 2 accounts behind that because I told them I ain't giving them nothing.
Yeah, don't do it. Same thing with Facebook.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't give them nothing.
Don't do it, sister.
All right, I believe you, and I'm not. And I'm not. Fuck them motherfuckers and what ships they came in on.
We just got done crumbling black politicians. What are your thoughts and greetings? Thank you for joining us for Frontline Black News, Season 5, Episode 10, Part 1. What are your thoughts on these black politicians?
Well, I think that, we should not take Westmore out of the making. I know he's going through a lot right now and whatever, but please, for right now, I'm just asking, brothers and sisters, even though I seen they did all that stuff Westmore, do not take him out of the rankings. Not Westmore. The rest of them bitches get rid of him.
Well, we gotta start with the whole CBC because they're useless. And they're a bunch of and Westmore's
and the sad part about the CBC, Ms. Maxine Waters, I was one of your constituents, but the time has come for you, Maxine, to retire, honey. It's time for you to retire, Maxine. You did what you could with what you had to work with. Okay. Although that she was ineffective, but the deck was stacked against her. Particularly, Brother Che, what we had commented on was she and Julia Dixon was trying to get that investigation, and Janet Reno shut her down.
Maxine Waters, I agree with you. That bitch, let me tell you something. If I would see Maxine Waters right now, I would have to just smack the hell out of her. And I would have to literally smack Maxine Waters.
Okay, but the thing is, though, Desiree, about Maxine Waters is she's past her time. You see what I'm saying?
I don't give a shit about whatever passing on time. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about passing the time. She turned around. Let me tell you what Maxine Waters did in California. She turned around, and don't forget, I was a postal worker. That bitch, Maxine Waters, caused the whole big old thing. And sitting over there having people fighting against each other. Wait, but let's go back to the bitch. Let's go back all the way to the motherfucking bitch when that motherfucking Trump this is his first term. Let's go back to that bitch back then. And she came out there and she said that if we can get this motherfucker situated or however, whatever, and all we have to do whatever. Maxine Waters, as we followed her, she bailed out, man. She bailed the fuck out.
Remember they was talking about they was complaining about the kids being locked in cages and all that. She was down with all of that shit.
And then also too, Desiree.
Hold on.
That Maxine Waters had launched an investigation in which she got shut down by the Clinton regime of the crack epidemic in South Central LA.
Oh, sounds good to me. It doesn't even matter. If they motherfucking black politicians is sucking a dick, all of them let them get down.
Sister, come on, man.
Let them suck and fuck that shit.
Hold on.
Fuck that shit. Are you for your people or not?
Clearly
let that bitch suck that motherfucking dick right now. Matter of fact, when it comes down to the point that we actually have our own thing that we doing, I swear to God, I'm gonna be the one sitting right there, and I'm gonna tell you, you better suck that nigga dick right here, and I'm gonna.
You better be sucking dick. You better stop.
That's right.
You better stop. You gonna be sucking dick with him. You better stop it.
Oh,
you better stop. You better stop. Yeah. You gonna come on my show talking like that? Ain't gonna come on my show talking like that. Calm down.
Nigga dick.
You know dick.
Oh God.
You're talking about my show.
Come on, ladies. Come on
now. We need the viewership. She'll talk like that on our show. What the fuck? Control yourself.
Well, I can exit Jesse, but I feel about Maxine Waters how I feel like she's a sellout. That's the bottom line.
True indeed. But
no, what it is, Desiree.
Right? This is this is Frontline Black News. This ain't the RBA. We're gonna talk like that over here. We talk lightly.
Right. Greetings, ladies.
Carry on. Sorry, man. I had to regulate. One motherfucker to talk like that is me, and it's such.
Okay, but what it is though, Maxine Waters did what she could. She did what she could. Maxine Waters needs to retire.
That bitch is a sellout.
Yeah,
let me tell you what else she did at the Postal Service. Don't forget, I was a postal worker. I came here 4 years working for the Postal Service. 4 years. Maxine Waters, she came over there, and I'm gonna tell you what she did. Okay? Postal worker. She's a fucking sellout. And then she turned around and she worked with the oppressors to get our job seeking, get our insurance eliminated. Ask Maxine Waters about that.
No, you're right.
Okay, but here's one thing I do know that Maxine Waters did.
At a time, can't have everybody talking at the same time.
All I'm saying
is,
and what she you cannot be talking like that on my program. And you say whatever, the only motherfucker get to talk like that is me, and you can't be talking like that, Anaya, on my program.
Quit,
you right, you sell out. Just make it sound good. Make it
the brothers and sisters that work for the Federal Postal Service.
That's true.
We are veterans.
Can you talk like a lady or like that?
We are veterans. We are veterans that work at the post office.
Can you conduct yourself like a lady? Let's go. Can you conduct yourself like a lady? Let's go. Can you conduct yourself like a lady, yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Okay then. Conduct yourself like a lady and make your point. Land that plane.
Hey, Maxine Waters.
Desiree.
Okay, I worked in the Postal Service 4 years. 4 years. One of the reasons why I came to California was because not only with Maxine Waters, but also because of London Breeze. And London Breeze.
London Breeze. Whoa, wait a minute.
Somebody shut the fuck up. She asked me the question, not you. You don't answer for me, nigga. Do you work for the fucking post office?
That's right. Finish your thought.
I'm not talking to Chewbacca like that either, because come on now, show yourself.
All right, so this is the thing. So I came here with the Postal Service because I was working for the Postal Service in Maryland, and you have to understand, working for the Postal, that is also politics. You get your mail this way. You have a postmaster. Nobody really understands how the postal system works. And the postmaster, they have a lot of pull when it comes to politics altogether. You know what I'm saying? So this is the thing right here. So I decided to move because California said that they were going to turn around and pay the postal workers more money than what I was making in Maryland. But then they changed my job, right? Because I was a carrier and now I am a PSC. So as a PSC, I'm a clerk. Let me tell you what them motherfuckers did to me at the Postal Service.
Go ahead, make it
quick. Tell me.
What they do, Desiree?
That they fired her.
Huh? No, they didn't. The Postal didn't fire me.
What happened?
I didn't get fired. This is the thing right here. They wouldn't even let me resign. Okay? Them motherfuckers would not let me resign. When I came to California and I was in the bus at 3 o'clock in the morning. See? Because your mail got to go where it's supposed to go. I got to put them GPCs and everything else that has to go there. See, nobody knows how it is to work at the post office, right? And then on top of that, you got federal mail that's coming in. That stuff has to go out at a certain time. Everything is time, or whatever. Mind you, these motherfuckers don't want to come in at 3 o'clock in the morning. But I did. And that's why they didn't want me to resign. Because these bastards or whatever, after you be at the post office for a certain amount of time, they can't really tell you nothing. Maxine Waters, with everything that was going on, and this was after the shooting that happened in Ohio when they got shot at that grocery store. Because the people who got shot at the grocery store, guess who they work for? They work for the post office. Oh, did nobody catch that when they went?
Ohio, or are you talking about Buffalo?
No, in Buffalo, New York. Buffalo, New York. I apologize. Buffalo, New York.
At the Tops grocery store.
Yeah, at the grocery store. Them jokers that was in there, they work for the post office. Did nobody say nothing about that, right? Maxine Waters turned around and utilized that what happened in Buffalo. And then she turned around and did some shit in California, and then she brought her ass up here in North California.
Yeah, also she was looking out for them illegals.
Yeah.
When Trump was locking them up in cages, she was crashing out on the Senate floor.
Yeah, I don't trust that bitch. And I'll tell you that. I do not trust Maxine Waters. I know she's an elder or whatever, but she ain't no good. She
No, she did a lot for Black Los Angeles, Desiree, because I used to be one of her constituents.
Yeah.
I don't even care, Shabaka. This is the thing right here. Why are these Congress people? Why is one of the things that they never thought about are getting rid of the Black Crow laws, the Black Code laws? How come y'all ain't working on that shit? You're working on every goddamn thing, but you're not getting rid. Do you know in Chicago that brothers and sisters cannot congregate together?
Yeah,
because of them Black Code laws, and why them politicians ain't knocking that shit out?
Hold on a second, Desiree. She just wait a minute, Chicago. Okay, you got any information on Larry Hoover where
yes, Shabaka, he's on the topic list. We gotta move
on. Yeah, he's getting rid of Trump, but that has still nothing to do with the laws that's out here that these same politicians you talking about is not erasing. Why are the Black Crow laws or the Black Code laws code? Because remember, it's two. See, they confuse you, right? It's two sets of laws they got against you as being motherfucking melanated.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
why ain't they motherfuckers ain't talking about that shit?
They're not, because of malign neglect. That's why. That's why they're not talking about it. They're not supposed to do nothing specific for Black people. They're not supposed to mention Black people. And if they do mention us, they can with all these other groups. That's why they be talking that Black and brown bullshit and Black and whatever. But they never do nothing specifically for us. That's what we just got done going over.
Right, and then not to mention the fact too, Desiree, of how they try to shut down Black businesses and what have you. Look what they did to Oscar Mature in Hollywood.
It's called gentrification. That's what they do. And one thing about Westmore, I know everybody is against. I saw what Shabaka and Malik Shabazz, they was over there and went down to the hole, going against Westmore because he turned around. He said something about reparations.
I ain't never been to Maryland.
Wait a minute. What'd you say?
I've never been to the state of Maryland.
Well, what the fuck does that have to do with what I'm talking about right now?
Well, you talking about that? I went up there trying to shut down Westmore, who's the governor of Maryland. I ain't never been to Maryland.
I didn't say you, nigga. I said Akbar. What are you talking about, somebody?
Oh, all right, okay, all right.
I said Malik
Shabazz. Anaya, your drink is getting out of hand because they're talking about you all over the internet. So, you know, you got to form your sentences right. You know what I mean? Because you did say Shabaka. You did. So that's why he took it like that.
Oh, I said
telling you right now, sister, your drink is all out in the open. Everybody talking about you, so control yourself. I'm just saying. Everywhere you go, you log on, motherfuckers know you drinking. Am I wrong, Jimmy?
They don't pay for my bills. They don't pay for my bills. They don't pay for my rent. Matter of fact, motherfuckers can't pay.
I just said. Cool, let a motherfucker talk bad about you then. Cool, hey, it's not me and you. Let a motherfucker talk bad about you if you want to. I'm whatever the
about me if you want to. Whatever.
That's right. Go ahead, carry on then.
All right, Westmore, you cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I think that, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me finish about Westmore. Westmore was the one governor that turned around and he let out 177,000 people out of jail. He bought.
For Maryland.
Stop. Listen to that. He turned around. Wait a minute.
That don't mean nothing because majority of our people is locked up for crack.
Hold up.
There's a sister still locked up for crack cocaine.
Well, whatever. They probably put it together. Look, all right, let's put it like this. He turned around and he took out 177,000. Look, also what Westmore did. Westmore said that they will not be any gentrification in Maryland because don't forget, only been in California for 1 year. In the Maryland time, he said that you cannot raise rent at all.
So he passed rent control in the state of Maryland, is what you're saying?
All right, yes. All right. First of all, this is the third thing. He turned around because I sent him a letter, and he also said, right, for the children or whatever, when it comes to education or whatever. But this is the thing. This is what it bothers me. You give Westmore so much grief that you don't give that troglodyte. You don't give Trump that. If you was giving Trump that motherfucking grief, what the hell is them crackers running into the Capitol and you ain't running into the motherfucking Capitol? Every time they have a black man up there, y'all motherfuckers attack him. You attack black men, you attack black women.
We gotta hold them accountable. They supposed to be doing our bidding, not the other way around. They supposed to be working for us.
Yeah, you hold them motherfuckers, them crackers accountable. Hold them cattle slavery motherfuckers accountable.
Yeah, that's
hold them motherfucking freight. Hold them motherfucking goddamn motherfuckers.
And veto reparations, a study, just a study, not even cash payment, just a study. That sends a message to the whole nation, because we just seen this in California with Gavin Newsom. So what makes him any better than Gavin Newsom? Because Gavin Newsom put
right now, Newsom, hold on. I live in California.
I know.
And I'm telling you, they are. First of all, you have to understand that California.
Gavin Newsom's ass belongs to go right straight to friggin' jail.
Oh, shut up. Are you really gonna? You don't live here, nigga.
He does deserve.
You don't live here. You don't live.
Desiree.
You don't live in no motherfucking California.
Desiree, I lived in California for damn near 50 years. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
Are you here now, nigga? Are you here now? Ain't nobody talking about no 1972. Do you live in this bitch right now?
Lord.
I live here.
Oh, he was just there. You act like she.
Hey, just because he went to motherfucking LA don't mean shit. Sell some motherfucking hats. That nigga don't live here.
He was living.
He lives here on a consistent
basis. Gone from California for decades or something.
No, wait a minute. Do you live here on a consistent basis? I live here on a
No, Desiree. There's a reason why I left California. Okay.
Right,
one, the damn police are too damn murderous there.
You left California, so get your motherfucking ass and see Las Vegas.
Not affordable.
Talking about motherfucking
Desiree.
Not affordable to live in California, Desiree.
Desiree, the cost of living in California is too high.
I live here. What do you think? I'm a billionaire? That's a lie.
One of the most expensive.
That's a lie.
In California.
No, that is a fact, Desiree.
Well, how do I survive here, Shabaka? Because I know goodness well you don't send me no motherfucking money, nigga.
$100,000.
You really worried about how I live? Are you gonna send me some motherfucking money right now?
You make $1,000 a year. Because that's
you gonna send me some money, nigga, right now?
$1,000 a year to live in California.
Send you some money? What money?
What exactly? So I live here.
Tell you what, Desiree.
I live here day in and day out.
Desiree.
California is no different than motherfucking DC, nigga. It ain't no different than motherfucking DC.
It's expensive there too. So again, why should we take it easier on Westmore than we are on Gavin Newsom or any other politician?
All right, so the reason why I'm gonna stick up for Gavin Newsom, and I'm also gonna stick up for the mayor of San Francisco.
Why are you sticking
up?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Hold on, Desiree. Let me give you some facts about Gavin Newsom. Let me give you some facts about Gavin Newsom.
Wait a minute, hold on. Are you gonna listen to what I have to say? You can I answer my own question that was asking me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So what Trump has been doing, he has been turning around and he's been bullying. He's practicing the bullying tactics and with Newsom or whatever, bullying them. Right?
Newsom is giving
hold up.
Health insurance.
Wait a minute. Let me finish.
Immigrants. And you sitting up here trying to cater for him?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Elon Musk. Trump put Elon Musk in there, and then he turned around and fired him. They getting ready. This is a thing what Trump is trying to do. He's trying to get Alcatraz, right? And he's also
let that motherfucker get Alcatraz. They need to book his ass on Alcatraz.
That's what I'm saying. That's why y'all niggas dumb. That's why you niggas
dumb. We're dumb. You sit up for the Democrats that ain't done shit for black people in 60 goddamn years.
I'm not even worried about them. I don't even give a fuck about no motherfucking Republicans, let alone no motherfucking Democrats. They all sleeping in
faces and then vetoed it at the last minute. And then you want us to feel sorry for Wes Moore, who basically did the same thing.
I ain't asked you to feel sorry for Wes Moore. See, again, you are not listening.
You're not.
That's what men do. I didn't tell you to feel bad about Wes Moore or whatever.
Your governor in California, when he was approached about reparations, okay, for black people in California.
You're so focused on what you're trying to do that you're not listening to anything that's going. You're not listening to nothing I'm saying.
Logical sense.
Whatever. Not making sense. All right, fine. You don't need me on the stage. All right, do whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously you have your own agenda and you really don't want another.
No, it ain't nobody having their own agenda.
Shut the fuck up and let me explain.
You shut the fuck up.
Let me explain it.
Desiree,
let me
come on.
See, you still talking. Let me explain. What, I gotta be a motherfucking bitch from Nation of Islam for you to listen? You're not listening.
You're not listening. And you're being
You are not. You are not.
Desiree, why are you being so disrespectful? Ain't nobody did nothing to you. I said that Gavin Newsom ain't shit. He wasn't shit as the mayor of San Francisco. I have no respect for no politician who's going to go out there and fuck his friend's wife like Newsom did. Okay, number one. Number two, when the damn COVID hit, his ass was up there in Napa County, up there attending his wife's birthday party, and he wasn't even obeying the COVID laws that he implemented.
Yeah, she's gone, Shabaka. I kicked her out.
Yeah, shit, fuck Gavin Newsom. And Gavin Newsom, if you don't dig it, your ass is welcome to come up here on this platform, and I will debate your ass.
Fuck Gavin Newsom, fuck Wes Moore, fuck all these damn Democrats.
Because they ain't doing shit for us. They say, only thing these clowns is doing, just like Kamala, who's going to try to run for governor of California in 2 years, is going to sit up there, going to lie to us again, and then going to sit up there and blame us, particularly black men. How come y'all didn't go out and vote for Kamala? Kamala left people sitting in jail where a law was passed for them to be released. She let them still sitting there in fucking jail when she was the damn attorney general. She didn't do shit for Ezell Ford. She didn't do shit for Mario Woods, who was murdered by the LAPD and the San Francisco PD, respectfully.
She didn't do shit for Oscar Grant. She didn't do shit
for
there
you go.
I mean, we hear all black people that were killed by the race soldiers under her watch. So
right now, here's the irony about this here, brother Che. Oscar Grant was killed in Alameda County. Wasn't she an assistant district attorney for Alameda County?
Yep, at that same time. Around that same time, yep.
Yeah.
Hell no. We ain't got no cape on for no damn Democrats. To hell with them.
Yeah. See, and this is why I keep emphasizing of us building up our own Black businesses since they got rid of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. Best damn thing to happen for Black business. Why? Because now that there allows us to go up here and and hire our own people. And we ain't got to worry about these other groups.
Because we've been on this topic for too damn long. Just wasting time. I don't know why she does that shit. We gotta tell her, look, she can't come on the program. She's gonna be drunk, intoxicated. She does this shit all the time. She's done this shit on Twitter Spaces, on both Tariq's Twitter Space, on Black Alpha Network's Twitter Space. Like Lady Chase said, everybody on the internet know about her, and she's built a really bad reputation. Really bad.
Yeah, and I don't want to see the sister go out like that either. But however, she's grown, you know, and I ain't gonna tell a grown person anything what to do or not to do. See?
When you come on somebody's platform, you're supposed to act accordingly, some kind of decorum.
Yeah, you got a point, you know.
Disrespectful to her, we didn't call her out her name, none of that. She came on here being disrespectful. I'm surprised.
They're calling me all kind of foul crap.
Yeah, so no, we're not doing that.
Probably gonna call me on the phone and cuss me out again.
That's
shit's ridiculous.
The moral of the story is don't get drunk getting on.
Didn't I just hear ping somewhere?
Yeah, that's probably her. But moving along, Tabaki, because I have to add this topic because you have missed it, and I wanted you to hear what the good professor had to say about this. So, as you know, Trump met with the president of Xania, otherwise known as South Africa, Ramaphosa.
Oh yeah, and try to clown him.
So Ramaphosa's meeting with Trump was a real Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Subscribe to this YouTube channel. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa showed up at the White House, and he did it knowing full well that Trump was going to be making all kinds of outrageous accusations about white genocide. And then Trump pulled out some video and some stills that was supposed to be his Trump card, pun intended, where he was claiming that there were all of these white people who had been killed. But even the white media didn't need very long to understand that Trump's phony claims and his so-called material, all of his evidence, was complete and thorough crap.
Yes.
U.S. President Donald Trump made several false statements and misrepresented some facts during a contentious Oval Office meeting on Wednesday with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. Here's a look at some of the claims made by Trump about the alleged persecution of South Africa's white minority. Number 1. There is a genocide of white farmers in South Africa.
Persecution or genocide going on.
This conspiracy theory has been propagated by some fringe groups of white South Africans since the end of apartheid in 1994. It's been circulating in global far-right chat rooms for at least a decade. Trump held up a sheet of paper with a picture of people lifting body bags.
These are all white farmers that are being buried.
The image actually shows humanitarian workers burying bodies in the city of Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's a screen grab of this Reuters video taken in February following deadly battles against Rwanda-backed M23 rebels who had captured the city.
That's what you get when you decide to get your information from internet comment sections and Reddit forums. Of course, this blew up in Trump's face in short order. Elon Musk's team can't read, much less do any basic research. But that wasn't the point. I would not at all be surprised if this is another one of Steve Bannon's so-called strategies to just say any stupid thing that will get the media to take their eyes off the ball so the Republicans can be doing some dirt behind the scenes. Wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what's actually going on here. But Trump didn't really have much to worry about in terms of the white media deciding to have a feeding frenzy at his expense on this, mainly because of the fact that, as we've seen, most of the white media decided to focus more on budget squabbles than what you would think would be a golden opportunity to show everybody just how dumb and incompetent Trump and that clown car of crazies he has as his administration are. But that was never going to be the case, mainly because Ramaphosa himself was not there to do any sort of battle. What was he there for? Well, I'll tell you in a moment, but you can probably already guess. Oh, and by the way, Trump decided to also show some video of Julius Malema talking tough. And while I do appreciate what Malema tries to say, the reality is I don't seriously believe that it would ever go beyond words. But regardless, Ramaphosa could have easily fired back at Trump, pointing out that there's no need to be afraid that the good white folks in South Africa are going to have land taken from them. The U.S. needs to be concerned about the land that the Israelis are taking from the Palestinians. That's where real genocide's taking place, and that's where people are actually having their land taken from them, not simply at the barrel of a gun, but using 2,000-pound bombs. And those bombs, as well as the money that's being used to fund the IDF's death machine over there, is being supplied almost exclusively by the United States. And before anyone forgets, keep in mind, it was South Africa who were the ones who brought the case before the International Court of Justice, accusing Israel of genocide. And wasn't it Ramaphosa who was South Africa's president when this occurred? There were all kinds of bold accusations being made at that point, although nobody pointed out the U.S.'s complicity and support for everything that the Israelis have been doing. One would have thought that as long as Trump was going to tell lies about South Africa, the easiest refutation would be for the South Africans to tell the truth about Trump and the United States. If ever there was a perfect time and place to threaten to force AFRICOM out of Africa, to declare that Africa is going to seek closer ties with Russia and China, and to threaten to stop all rare earth mineral sales to the U.S., it was then. But of course, no African country has ever or would ever do that. They literally can't afford to. The problem wasn't that Ramaphosa forgot about all these things or that it slipped his mind. You saw he was sitting there goofy grinning. The problem was that he was only too glad that Trump invited him to the White House, because he didn't come there to stand up for South Africa or anything else. The white media tried to prop this guy up some while back, claiming that he had mentioned the Black Lives Matters movement back in 2020. But the reality is, when he gave this UN statement over the internet, by the way, he gave a very circuitous mention to Black Lives Matters, very oblique. He didn't even say Black Lives Matters. He just basically talked in very general terms about racism. And he didn't even have the decency to say the word black through this alleged statement. So there was no mention of Black Lives Matters. There was no mention of black anything. Ramaphosa has long been trying to make sure that he stays on the right side of certain people from Europe that he's desperately trying to keep the approval of. That's what he's really about. And that's the reason why when Trump was giving him a tongue lashing, he didn't even mention the treatment of Black Americans during this meeting with Trump. Didn't say a word about Black Americans at all. Out of sight, out of mind. Say what you want about Volodymyr Zelensky, but at least when he came to the White House, he pushed back. But of course, Zelensky was there to stand up for his people. He was there to advocate for his people. Ramaphosa was there for a self-serving photo op. And that brings us to the crux of another problem. See, Trump didn't just invite Ramaphosa there spontaneously, any more than he did Zelensky. Trump invited both of those guys to the White House for the same reason. And they both showed up for the same reason, even though they knew exactly what was going to happen. Because both Ukraine and South Africa want money from the Trump administration. He knows that. So they can't really afford to wag their finger at his faces. They definitely can't afford to try to rattle their sabers at him, because truth be told, they don't really have sabers. They basically don't even have pocket knives at this point. No matter how blatant the lies Trump told, Ramaphosa was still going to sit there smiling and grinning like an idiot and just take it, because he wants money from Trump. He needs money from the U.S. And for a cowardly failure like Ramaphosa, it's far easier to beg than it is to build. It's far easier to get slapped in the face than it is to stand on your own 2 feet. Problem is, a man who tries to get money on his knees usually winds up flat on his back. People keep asking the same silly question about this interaction, this so-called confrontation, which wasn't a confrontation at all. It was just Trump sitting there making all these accusations and Ramaphosa trying to grin through all of it. People keep asking, who do you think lost that argument? Well, that's the wrong question to ask, because Trump had little to lose. People say that, well, Ramaphosa looked more presidential. Since when has the orange man ever cared about that? He's never tried to be a statesman. One, he's incapable of that. And two, he knows that the entitled bigots that he wants to appeal to, they consider those kind of dignified, staid, respectable public figures to be weak. Trump comes off as a loud, intentionally offensive, combative punk that he is because these bigots want to look at him and see themselves. He knows that. So that's how he presents himself, which is why he's repeating every phony thing that he's ever seen or heard on Reddit. Oh, but what about his credibility, some have asked. Seriously? You actually think he cares about credibility? He already knows he doesn't have any to begin with. He's a con man. He knows it. So do his supporters. Credibility. You can't lose what you never had. That's the reason why, even with this clown show having blown up in Trump's face, he doesn't have to worry about losing credibility. And let's be honest. Do you see Ramaphosa or any other African leaders attempting to humiliate Trump over this? Do you see any of those African leaders making him pay for this mistake? Do you see any of them saying, you know what, we're going to be putting our heads together and finding ways to make the U.S. pay for this? You can't disrespect us like this. You can't disrespect an African leader like this. None of them saying that. Trump has put all kinds of travel restrictions on African countries, including South Africa, but you wouldn't know it by how Ramaphosa acted. How much of a stink did he raise about that? Did he say, you know what, we're putting restrictions on American travelers? Of course, he didn't do that. He could have challenged Trump, or don't bother to show up, because he was the summoned in this case. That meant that Trump had the upper hand. It was up to him to decide to turn the tables, but I'm sure we'll have the usual suspects try to tell us that Ramaphosa was playing some sort of three-dimensional chess. That's usually the go-to line of BS that gets pulled out times like this. The reality is Ramaphosa is as much a castrated puppet of white power as Mandela ever was. That's the entire reason that he was there. That's why he's the so-called leader of South Africa. Because if he had any steel in his spine, he wouldn't be the leader of South Africa. They would have had somebody else up in there. And that's the reason why I can't stand the fact that we get all these tethers and foreign flags who come in here all the time talking about how independent they and their home countries allegedly are. But Ramaphosa showed us the reality. He's a head of state, allegedly. But look what happened. Trump brought him in and scolded him like a child. And he just sat there and had to take it. Africa has been completely undone from within. It's overrun with people who flee, backstab, and refuse to get on code. Tragically, that's become the culture there. But you couldn't tell by the people who we constantly see claiming to be batting 1,000. Meanwhile, the most popular word in Nigeria is Japa. When an entire group of people don't have any fight in them, it's obvious. Tough talk doesn't fool anyone for very long, especially when the person spouting that tough talk never puts any tough action behind it. Cowardice that was on display from Ramaphosa last week is precisely why the U.S. was so eager to bring in so many tethers and fleers. They want the same timidity and cowardice towards white supremacy that is the norm in Africa. And while it is true that we have plenty of brothers and sisters from abroad who've got some steel in their spines, the reality is they are still the minority. That's the entire problem. There's simply not enough of them. Ramaphosa's job last week was to present African leaders to the U.S. as being a bunch of paper tigers, or should I say paper lions, and that's exactly what he did. Half of the people over there still consider themselves to be subjects of Britain or whoever their former European colonial masters were. That's why they're so shocked and appalled when the Europeans reject them and do so violently. And that's also why they can't wait to buck dance for some butter biscuits on the off chance that they do manage to sneak into this or that European country with some sort of asylum claim. And this pandering, sniveling, and cowardice in the face of white supremacist aggression, this complete lack of spine, the unwillingness to act like a leader, and the refusal to do for self, this is the real Mandela effect. See, the U.S. was instrumental in making sure that Mandela was put in prison back in the day, and the U.S. designated Mandela as a terrorist all the way up until 2008. That's 20 years after the man was released from prison. So when you had Bill Clinton in the White House during the 90s, as far as he was concerned, Mandela's still an enemy of the U.S. And yet you had Mandela with his goofy self. Soon as he got out of prison, he said he wanted to go to Disneyland. I guess no one ever told him what Walt Disney thought of black people. And no one told him that the only reason apartheid fell was because black Americans were attacking the white Dutch occupation regime's primary form of support, the U.S. government. And all of these companies and corporations over here, they were the ones who had pressure put on them by foundational black Americans who were telling everybody you're going to have to divest. You have never seen these immigrants doing that in the U.S., by the way. Not even for the countries they come from. As soon as they flee, they never advocate for their people. except for some phony chest-beating routine whenever they win an Olympic medal or they get in a Hollywood movie, and suddenly they're so proud to be Nigerian or Jamaican or Ghanaian or Kenyan or whatever. This is why millions of immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa have never and will never translate into political clout for these countries in the US or anywhere else. Now, people may think that that's harsh for me to say, but that's the reality. You saw what Ramaphosa did. See how much clout he had? After all the lies Trump told about South Africa, and knowing that Trump was going to be doing nothing but lying to him and setting him up for some half-brained ambush, you had Ramaphosa who was still shaking hands with this guy, smiling and yucking it up as if everything was everything. But then again, Nelson Mandela had no problem happily shaking hands with George H.W. Bush in 1990, even though Bush was the chump who ran the infamous Willie Horton ad just 2 years earlier. Guess nobody told Mandela about that either. And this is why Dr. Joseph Ben-Jochannan said that if you're with Mandela, then you're not with him. These are the people who the white media tries to tell you and me are the revolutionary leaders in Africa, when nothing could be further from the truth. White power believes in controlling both sides of the argument, thank you, Newly Fuller. First of all, white power knows when a Negro is easy to break, and it uses prison to break weak Negroes. A lot of them went in trying to put up a front, but they came out buck broken and looking like whipped dogs and acting like cowards. I don't know how much spine Mandela had when he was illegally put in prison, but we do know he didn't have any spine left when he came out. If he did, then they would have killed him while he was in there. Look what Putin did to his rival, Alexei Navalny. You can tell when the power structure considers somebody to be a threat. Stokely Carmichael, a.k.a. Kwame Ture, said that all the scared Negroes are dead. Well, in the U.S., that's true, but outside the U.S., in places like the Caribbean and in Africa, the opposite is true. All the brave Negroes are dead. All they got left are tethers, cowards, and phonies trying to fake it till they make it. That's how you get someone like Cyril Ramaphosa coming to the U.S., hat in hand, head bowed down, making sure not to speak above a whisper, knowing that he's going to get a tongue lashing and just meekly taking it without a peep of real pushback, and then making nice with the man who did it to him afterwards. I suppose when you've become accustomed to living life on your knees, you get used to it. This is not what you have to do. This is just what you do. And that's the real insult that came out of last week's meeting with Trump. Not the way that Trump was acting. Everybody knew that was going to happen. But what was also sadly predictable was that Ramaphosa would simply be yet another African leader, quote unquote, who was going to sit there, head down like a child being scolded. He wasn't going to stand up for Black Americans, the only ones who made it possible for South Africa to free itself. He didn't even bother to stand up for South Africans, and he wouldn't even bother to stand up for himself. Dr. John Henrik Clarke gave many lectures about the history of South Africa, especially the Zulu-Anglo Wars, and one of the things that he pointed out was that in South Africa, that country produces either whole men or whole cowards. And with Ramaphosa, it's easy to tell which is which. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Frederica Moore, Andre Evans, Devin Goodwin, Onan X, and Black Truth United. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka.
Once again, the professor came with undisputed truth. You know what I'm saying? Everything he said was absolutely correct. Yes, say, and then the sad part about it is, say this tetherism, is a threat to our very existence worldwide. Mm-hmm. And this is why I'm appreciating President Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso of what he's doing. Okay. No, and I honestly believe that he is playing chess and not checkers.
Desiree trying to get back on. No, Desiree.
Who's trying to get back on?
Desiree. No, Desiree. You can't get back on.
So I appreciate number one, the history of Azania with its resistance that they did to the Europeans from the time of King Shaka all the way up to the time of Setwayo, and where they had You know, they stripped Seth Wow of his powers. I believe Queen Victoria did. I believe she was the monarch at the time in the 1880s.
Yes.
And like I said, I don't recognize no Boer as no African. And I take personal responsibility for that statement.
They are literally arguing otherwise. And now they over here talking about they don't want to learn English.
Yeah, because they speak Dutch.
So they can take their ass back to goddamn the Netherlands with that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Let the Dutch go back to the Netherlands. Let the damn French go back to France. Let the British go back to England. You know, let the Portuguese go back to Portugal. You know? And then I believe I did see some advertisements out here about travel to Angola. And for our listeners out there, the real name of Angola is Mutamba.
Yeah. All right, Shabaka. So I just played that topic again so you could get it, so you could hear it. So I'm going to move
All right.
to the topic, and that is, which political party should pay reparations?
All of them.
And the Kennedys.
Wow.
I'm sitting there like, I have the documentation to sue, right?
Well,
and they're like, you got a strong ass case. They said I have a strong case for the California bill, and showing them my family history from 1700s. I did not know that my information said that I have the Jeffersons on my family, the Clemson family, which is tied to Mark Twain, and the Kennedys.
Wow.
I'm sitting there like, I have the documentation to sue, right?
Well,
and they're like, you got a strong ass case. They said I have a strong case for the California bill, and that I could definitely tie something right now. I'm using the AI listening to you.
Yeah, well, the thing, it would be best, more reasonable, and was more likely you would be able to sue the federal, well, not even sue, just stake a claim to the federal government. And if you're going to sue, you would probably be able to sue corporations. If we were going to go that route, just to go the lawsuit route, you can hit corporations or sue certain institutions that were around in slavery and around now. You know what I'm saying? Just suing an individual family, like hell, there might be a family living in a trailer park somewhere whose ancestor was a slave owner in 1850. So yeah, you might not get nothing. They didn't smoke the money up. They didn't, that money is in meth. But the federal government, that's why we're looking at the federal government. See, I don't want to go around the long route. We go the same way the red natives are getting theirs. We got to do it the same way. The same when they had the Indians, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they had the Freedmen's Bureau at the same time.
Yeah.
The Freedmen's Bureau was eventually dissolved, but they still have the Bureau of Indian Affairs. You see. So we have to use the same template, the same model. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all raise your hands. Let's try Antonio. Brother Antonio. Hop on in, Antonio. Antonio in the building. What's up, brother? Brother Antonio, what's happening? All right. Brother Antonio, you're not going to say nothing, sir? All right. You got 5 seconds. Let me get you up out of here. All right. Let's get Linda, my Linda. Oh, hold on. My Linda in the building. All right. My Linda, what's happening? All right. Y'all come on now. Let me get y'all up out of here. I hate when y'all do that. I let you up and y'all ain't saying nothing. Come on now. All right, let's raise your hand. Sometimes y'all be hitting the button by mistake. So raise your hand if you are ready. Let's get Ahmad. Let's get brother Ahmad in the building. He's raising his hand, so that means he's ready. Ahmad, what's happening?
Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm good, brother. Ahmad.
Good. I want to follow up with the previous conversation you were having with the white gentleman. Foundation of Black Americans, we serve the God of justice. So if you ask somebody what are their viewpoints on reparations, and the answer is not yes, Foundation of Black Americans should get reparations, we don't serve the same God.
Right.
And I'll just land my plan there.
There you go. It's real simple. It's real damn simple. That's a yes or no question. We start talking about reparations. Anything besides yes is bull. Well, I just got to see what it's about. I just got to see how we're going to implement it. And I would just, I'd like to know more information. That's basically a Hey, Elliot, what's up?
Yeah, Tariq, you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. I keep trying to tell everybody that I'm blue in the face in regards to that one brother who to sue. If you want to sue somebody, you will have to sue the Democrat Party. Like the Mississippi Attorney General sued the tobacco company to recoup money from the those tobacco companies for the health expenses for cigarette smokers. You will have, because all the members donated to the Democrat Party. So that's where your connection goes to. It was the Democrat Party that put the politicians in office that kept Jim Crow in power and those policies in place. So you will have to sue the Democrat Party. Every black person will have to sue the Democrats.
How do you sue who has ever sued a political party?
Nobody. That's what I'm saying. Nobody has sued the tobacco company before until that Mississippi Attorney General did.
But the tobacco company, that's a corporation. The Democratic Party, those are voters.
Right. They are voters. Those are members that donated to the Democrat Party throughout the centuries since Andrew Jackson. The ones that slavery, even to the Supreme Court that supported Dred Scott. Out of the 9 justices, 7 were Democrats that said that slavery was okay. So you will have to sue the Democrats.
The Democrat Party is not an institution. So how are you going to sue the Democrat Party?
A class action.
Who are you going to sue? Who are you going to serve it to?
The head of the DNC for all the past of the slavery, the wrongs of slavery, for all the politicians that made black codes, Jim Crow. You will serve the Democrat Party. The head of the Democrat Party let them know that we're going to sue you from all the money that you took from its members.
Here's the thing. The DNC didn't exist during slavery. The Democrat National Convention, I don't think that didn't exist during slavery. That came late.
The Democrat Party existed since Andrew Jackson.
Party, but the DNC, see, this is what we're talking about. You got to be very specific. You're talking about the DNC. That's the Democrat National Convention. That wasn't around during slavery. Now, the Democrat Party was, but the Democrat Party is just voters. That's just voters. Right.
But who took the money from those members and voters in order to put
politician?
Huh? No, not the politician. I mean, the party itself. The Democrat Party, just like the Republicans had a national convention or a national party, so did the Democrats. That the members always send money to. That they put politicians into office that kept policies like black codes, Jim Crow, that lasted for well over 100 years. You will have to sue the Democrats.
Well, you did. Well, to be honest, I think the Democrat National Convention, I think they were created in 1848. So I do think they were around. They were around, but suing the DNC, that's kind of tricky because Republicans own slaves too.
That's true. That's true. The ones that supported it the most, that when they held on to it the most, you would sue them.
Yeah, but Republicans, they had slaves too. They were enslaving people too. Ulysses Grant, I think he was a Republican. He was a slave owner. They try to act like he wasn't. Yeah, a lot of Republicans were slave owners too.
This is the world, Republicans too. That's what
just government. See, it's not. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's the federal government, not a political party. You get the federal government. It's the United States government who owes.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, but that would bring in people from outside of the United States that had nothing to do. You would want to make it more targeted. That's what I'm saying.
The U.S. government, they had everything to do with us being enslaved. We couldn't slavery because the U.S. government, they had these federal laws, these fugitive slave acts. When we ran away, they were the ones allowing people to go get us. It was the U.S. government that sent all of them troops down into Florida to fight the Black Seminoles.
That's right. That's right.
U.S. government, the entire government benefited from slavery and kept us enslaved. We couldn't get out of it because of the U.S. government. That government is still here. That's the government that's going to give us our reparations, just like they gave financial compensation. The U.S. government gave money to the Red Natives. It wasn't a political party. It was the U.S. government. The U.S. government gave money to the Asian people who they had in internment camps. We ain't got to play that game. Just keep it real, player. And there you go. Just make it simple, brother. Just got to make it simple. That's what it is. All right, let's get Just Jonathan.
Hey, bro.
Hey, Just Jonathan. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. I just have a question though. Like, I guess the problem I have is that where does the money come from? So you're gonna take money from people to pay other people,
right? Like you took labor and beat and abused and raped people so that they can make money for other people, right?
But the question is like, I didn't do any of that. You didn't do any of that.
Yeah.
And so
no, but your ass still benefited from
past, right? And I think we should go to the future.
Oh no! This government is still here. The wealth generated.
You're correct, absolutely.
Right.
And I think you just proved my point, right? The point is that the government was always the problem. It's never been the people. The people are not the problem.
The government is sir. That's what the government is. The government is not a building with lights and light bulbs and trees. No, the government is people. That's what makes the government. People and people.
No, we lost that.
No, we didn't.
We lost that a long time ago, in my opinion.
No, we didn't. We still have that same government, same constitution, same thing.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, but the people in charge. Let's say, for example, I do not abide by the rules of the people because I have to consent, right? I have to consent to be ruled, technically, I guess, by some big government or whatever. And so we've lost our way, I think.
We haven't. It's the same government, same constitution, paying homage to the same slave owners, the same icons. If you go to Washington, D.C., it's called Washington after George Washington, who was a slave owner, first president. You go there, there's monuments to all of the slave owners.
I've never been.
You got,
and I don't wish to go.
The money that pull out of our pockets got all the slave owners on it. So we keep the legacy of the slave owners alive. So that money should be kept alive and sent to foundational Black Americans as compensation. We're not living in the past. People live in the past when it's convenient. That's the present. Paying homage to those people who subjugated us. That's something that people do now. They haven't forgotten about that. So we need, don't forget about our money, right?
Okay. But at the same time, it doesn't matter what color your skin is. We've all been slaves to the system.
No, sir. The laws, there were laws talking about us being enslaved for life. There were laws saying that white Christians could not be enslaved. You look up some of those laws in the 1700s.
But you're going way back though. But what if we do today?
No. The spirit of those laws were the foundation of this country, and that energy is still here, sir. Today, this day and age, a white woman called a Black child the N-word and got $1 million on social media. So we haven't changed. That anti-Black sentiment is
but it's back and forth on that, brother.
Not really.
Like, I mean, Yeah, because there was like another instance of another person like Carmelo Anthony, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, I mean, we can battle on that, and it's
Carmelo
yay or nay.
himself? Yeah, to defending himself in a court case? Well, what is the that ain't the same.
But he just got like it was upgraded to
Huh?
not a child case, but an adult case, and so you
ain't
don't you don't upgrade that to an adult case if he's not going to get charged with something.
Yeah,
So
that ain't the
it is what it is. Like, I'm not going to read into it too much. I try
God
not to.
damn, you ain't gonna talk over me. Damn, I don't want to mute this guy. You're not gonna talk over me. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony, that ain't the same thing as some white supremacist woman
You're a fool
calling
like
a
that,
black
man. You kick off the air, man. He's
special
talking
needs
bullshit.
the N-word, and then people
I
giving
would
her
have
$1
been
million
got rid of that trick.
That ain't the same.
You know what I mean, brother?
That's
Check.
not like Carmelo Anthony minding his business and some people accost him and he defend himself. That's not the same. All right. See, that white and I say so nonsense. That's why we need reparations. We've been subjected to that I'm white and I say so rhetoric since the damn 1600s. I'm white and I say you're going to be a slave for life. I'm white and I say you can't go get freedom. I'm white and I say you can't raise your family over here. I'm white and I say you got to go to bed at a certain time. Yeah, that I'm white and I say so rhetoric lives on, and that's why we need reparations now, sir, right? Just Jonathan? I think he dropped that meth pipe on the phone. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to give you a few more seconds to get back on. I don't know if he's still talking. He doesn't understand that his mic is muted because he kept talking over me. So I
I can only unmute my mic. Listen, Tariq, you're a great man, but when you do the I'm gonna separate white and black and this and that, Asian, whatever, like you lose a lot of people.
That's a projection. Your community
I'm not. No,
your community, man. If you don't stop, that's a projection. I didn't gentrify people. Your community separates people by race. Your community says that's going to be Chinatown. Your community says that's going to be Little Mexico.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
Yes, yeah.
I live in the Portland, Oregon region, and the people that are in charge are in full charge, right?
Living there.
And they are not right-wing crazy people. They're liberals. And the city is going to shit. So it's not working, Tariq.
What's not working?
And
you say liberal.
What's not working is like the black and the whites. You know, for me, here's how it goes.
Okay, enough.
There's
I don't want to hear all that shit. Okay, I'm not going to hear Mayo babble. That's goddamn Mayo babble. All right.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna sit up and hear Mayo babble. Just saying shit, and then just go from one Mayo babble topic to the next. I ain't about to hear all that. But yeah, the people they're liberal, and what the hell does that mean? So, what's the difference between a liberal white supremacist and a Republican? Nothing. I don't break white supremacists up in political groups and come on, that's a con game. We don't go for that.
Right.
I don't break y'all up in little political groups. They always trying to. The white supremacists always trying to play that hot potato. It was them, the Democrat with the real race. No, it was the Republicans. No, it was the Jews. No, it was the Islamic. Just blaming everybody. No, it's the humpbacks. No. It's the transgender white people. They're the real problem. They play that hot potato game. I don't do that. I don't do that whatsoever. Shout out to everybody in here. We in here heavy. Y'all give me a retweet. Everybody give a retweet. It's going to take 1.5 seconds for everybody to retweet. Hit that retweet. Let everybody know that we're live right now. Let's get Maria in the building. Maria in the building. Hop on in. Maria, what's up, dear? Maria?
Hello, how are you?
Hello, Maria. How are you?
Good, and you?
I am great. With that accent.
Okay, I am Colombia.
Okay, there you go.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
We are black people in the United States suburb. Sorry, my English is very bad.
You're black people. What now?
I have a question. We are black people in the United States suburb.
Where are black people? Where?
She's in Colombia.
What is she saying, guys? I'm trying to rock with you, Isabella. I mean, Maria. Can anybody here, any of the players speak Spanish, translate? Y'all raise your hand if you can translate Spanish. We'll try to have her say, anybody here, any brothers here can speak Spanish and English? I know it fucked on these Puerto Ricans and somebody picked up something. Let's get the professional. I think the professional might know something. Let's get the professional in here. Let's get you back. Professional, what's up, brother?
What's going on, brother? I'm just trying to help you translate.
Okay, Maria, say something in Spanish to our brother. Maria?
Moment, please.
Okay, what the hell is she?
Dime, yo entiendo.
Oh, ok.
Sí.
Es que tengo una pregunta. ¿Por qué los hombres negros en Estados Unidos son malos?
Okay, so to all the black people that are in the United States, repito. Hermana, respeto.
No. No estoy faltando el respeto.
Respeto, pero no.
Now, what's she saying, Professor?
Well, she said to all my black brothers and sisters in the United States, and then she kind of quit.
Okay.
I told her to repeat. She said, I won't repeat.
Okay. I don't know what she's talking about. Okay, thank you. I don't know what she's talking about. Thank you, brother.
No doubt.
All right. Maria, what are you trying to say, dear? Maria?
Un momento.
Okay, you can talk your broken English. Yeah, we let the brother go. All right. Are you trying to make an order at Chipotle? What are you trying to do?
O sea, no como tal en Estados Unidos, sino en América.
Okay, thank you, dear. I don't know what she's trying to do. I think she might be out here trying to catch. She's trying to catch so she can get a green card or something. Yeah, I think she might be running a finesse. I think I kind of heard. I thought I heard titty in there. Cinco titties. I don't know. I think she's trying to do something strange for a little piece of change. Okay.
Bogota.
That's the capital of Colombia, is Bogota.
I know, Shabaka. That's what I just said. I said that's in Colombia.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was just Latino battle.
Probably trolling.
Yeah. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts? Which political party should pay reparations?
All of them. All of them. Okay, because it was now as they say, it was the Democrats that brought you the Ku Klux Klan, right? It was the Republicans under Lincoln that stated that he would not have freed slaves. In other words, Lincoln had stated that if he thought that he could keep the United States Union together instead of having a civil war, he would endorse slavery. But Lincoln freed the slaves to kill the free labor that the South was getting for its war efforts. Now, keep in mind, you had black people that fought for the Union Army. Oh, we give you freedom. You had black people that fought for the Confederate armies because the slave master told them. Because, see, the slave only knew what the master told him.
Right.
That's why they didn't want the slave to read, because once the slave starts reading, he starts thinking. Once he starts thinking, he starts realizing his position. Once he starts realizing his position, then he starts rebelling. You see?
Correct.
That's why they made it a point to keep. That's why they always made it a point to keep calling the black man boy. That's why the rape and slave trade pedophile made it a point to violate black women in his presence. This is why, as you had pointed out years ago, that they would sodomize the black man publicly in front of his wife, daughters, children, parents, and what have you. Say,
yes,
yeah, there you go, exactly. That was the term I was looking for, Brother Che. Thank you. Yes, just like how they had the buck breaking farms and then feeding farms. You see, it was basically very, very barbaric. You see what I'm saying? Savagery, brutalization. You see what I mean? Say, that's what that was all about. That there was part of the European American ethos. They say black man was never to be considered a man. He was never to be considered a man for his intellect. Now, you and I both, we love the human drama of athletic competition. You know what I'm saying? Great, fine, beautiful. But when it came to developing industries and stuff like that, the research that we have done over the years, what happened? Who goes steal the intellectual property? The U.S. Patent Office.
Yep.
Say, Thomas Edison did it. The brother whose idea they stole of the oil machine for the railroads.
Alexander Graham Bell.
Yeah, look what happened with William Leadersdorf in the Bay Area.
Look what happened to Lil.
Slave owned by the Dutch, goes to San Francisco. California's first black banker goes up there, buys property up there in the city of Folsom. And I'm trying to remember the county that Folsom, California is in. Okay. The same place where they got the Folsom, California State Penitentiary at Folsom. You know, white woman, you know, takes all the land, takes all his money. The man died of pauper, died broke. Say, this isn't racism. These are economical facts that we're speaking. Say, you know.
It's Sacramento County, Shabbat.
Sacramento County, yes, sir. Okay, all right. Folsom is in Sacramento County, Brother Che?
Yep.
Okay, I have no reason to doubt you. You know, you always have, you know, when it comes to research as such, you know, you're quite accurate on that. Okay, but do keep in mind is that in that part of California, the counties are real small. Because that's during the counties of the cowboy days. You know, when you look at TV shows like Bonanza, what was the other TV show they had set up in there? The Big Valley with the Barclays. You know, they talk about that.
Gunsmoke.
No, Gunsmoke was set there in Dodge City, Kansas. That was supposed to be the setting. But they had another TV show up there, okay, in that part of, Bonanza.
Bonanza, yeah.
Because, you know, the Cartwrights were always traveling, you know, into California because, you know, Lake Tahoe, man, you know, sits on the state line of California and Nevada.
Yes, I know. I've been through it.
Yeah.
What you call it? I'm gonna move to the next topic, Shabaka, because we already getting pressed for time. Still got a lot of topics.
Okay.
So the next topic is 23andMe. So what happens to your DNA files?
Oh yeah, glad you brought that up to let the public know. Now, off the information that I came across, and thanks Skip the Truth Gates for this one. That when you give DNA samples, you lose all intellectual property to it. Say,
family and fellow soldiers, I'm.
And they're not accurate. So people
exactly.
run around here. No, they this and that. That's just not accurate. But let's see what Professor Black Truth got to say on the matter. He's gonna give us an update.
The professor, and this is the moment of truth. This morning's briefing may seem a little bit off the beaten path, but listen to the end, and I think you'll find that this is something that a lot of Black people should at least be aware of. By now, I'm sure that everyone has heard of 23andMe. They're a genomics corporation where users send a mouth swab to them, and they generate reports relating to the customer's ancestry and genetic predispositions to health-related topics. At least that's how they bill. On their website, they say, we analyze, compile, and distill your DNA information into reports on your ancestry composition, ancestry detail reports, maternal and paternal haplogroups, Neanderthal ancestry, that's for non-Black users, and provide a DNA relatives tool to enable you to connect with relatives who share similar DNA. So basically, that's what the company is about. If you got some relatives out there, maybe you're an adopted child or something trying to reconnect with your birth parents, these guys might be able to help, assuming that these other people in your family tree have actually put their DNA information on file with these guys. Now, it seems to be an altruistic enough motive, and that's fine, but this company's been on shaky ground financially for years now. Even though the company went public in 2021 and saw their value top over $6 billion, they've never actually turned a profit. And it looks like it's gotten a lot worse for them and for the people who over that time have sent them their genetic information. A couple of months ago, 23andMe filed for bankruptcy protection in the United States. Since then, 23andMe has entered into an agreement to be acquired by Regeneron Pharmaceuticals for an estimated $256 million. Now, considering how much this company you would think would have been worth, $256 million sounds almost like a bargain, at least in corporate raider terms. Now, Regeneron is going to acquire nearly all of 23andMe's assets. That's what they've said in the company's statement. But the question is, what does assets mean? Because Regeneron has said that they would use the information for drug development. And while 23andMe, of course, does have a privacy policy, it also has language that allows for personal information to be accessed, sold, or transferred if it was, quote, involved in a bankruptcy, merger, acquisition, reorganization, or sale of assets. On a side note, this isn't the first time that there's been an issue with 23andMe regarding information getting breached. In 2023, the company experienced a data breach that exposed the genetic data of millions of users. Ultimately, 23andMe would settle a lawsuit alleging that they failed to protect the privacy of their nearest 7 million customers. Now, whoever the hackers were, they gained access to family trees, birth years, geographic locations, and other information by using customers' old passwords. But 23andMe insists that the data that was stolen didn't include DNA records. Well, for the kind of activities that hackers like to do, getting DNA information would be irrelevant. But still, in this day and age, can you be sure? I have a question. Has the genetic information that's been given to 23andMe ever been truly secure? They claim that they haven't released any customer information to law enforcement, but that doesn't sound like they haven't released any information. It sounds like they got themselves a loophole, just like with their privacy policy. Their website says we will only comply with court orders, subpoenas, search warrants, or other requests that we determine are legally valid. That they determine are legally valid. Quote, to date, we have not released any customer information to law enforcement. Interesting that they choose to word it that way, because Facebook and Twitter and other social media networks have also made similar claims in the past about their own policies regarding law enforcement, and yet every one of them has consistently cooperated with the police with simply a request, even going so far as to disable Facebook Live when the cops tell them to. Okay, so why is this in particular the subject of this morning's briefing? It's a reminder to you that this is a case study in how data has become big business. And it doesn't matter if it's your personal data getting sold to data brokers, that is data mining. That's how Facebook and other websites make their money, by the way. Or if it's with genetic information. The more personal, the more specific it is to you, the more valuable it is. And no matter how they may be choosing to word it, the reality happens to be the fact that they've been acquired by this Regeneron company is in fact a sale. And that being the case, that genetic information can be accessed by whoever the world has the company now. And data about your genetics is far more valuable than, say, what your political views are or the websites or web pages that you like to visit. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything inherently wrong with 23andMe or their activities up until this point. though they certainly could have chosen a higher class of people to pal around with. And I'm sure that there's probably a number of Black people, many listening to me now, who this company has been genuinely helpful to. People looking for relatives or parents, and who knows, maybe they did do some good for some people. But when I hear that some company is going to be accessing people's genetic information without those people's permission and without compensating them in any way, allegedly in order to further medicinal research, well, that sounds very familiar. It reminds me of Henrietta Lacks. When it comes to these companies and corporations and outfits calling themselves getting people's genetic information, especially Black people's genetic information, and doing God knows what with it, we should all think about Henrietta Lacks. For those of you who aren't familiar, she was a Black woman who in 1951 went to Johns Hopkins for a medical issue she was having. Well, it turned out she had cervical cancer, which she died from, though the complete indifference of the white racist medical industry didn't help. Johns Hopkins harvested cells from Henrietta Lacks's tumor without her permission and without having told her family that they did it either. And those cells became the basis for the first immortal human cell line. Variations on her cells have been used in research all over the world. What Johns Hopkins did remained a secret until the 1970s. Keep in mind, Johns Hopkins is arguably the most prestigious hospital on earth. And yet in this case, they operated no differently than some back alley shop somewhere in Tijuana. And speaking of prestige, the white media definitely made 23andMe quite prestigious. These guys were just a bunch of altruistic sorts selflessly just trying to help people. But at the end of the day, they do have a for-profit mission. Because although 23andMe didn't tell their users much about it, one of their past ventures that failed was their attempt to try to move their trove of data into drug development. So Regeneron's not the only company that decided that 23andMe's massive database of genetic information would be good for drug development. 23andMe had already attempted it themselves previously. A lot of people constantly tell us that we're entering some new world. But when you see things like this, it looks a hell of a lot like the old one. I think about things like the enormous infant mortality rate that white supremacy has inflicted on us. Do you put it past those reprobates to be doing God knows what with those Black babies' genes? Does anyone seriously believe that the same medical establishment that illegally, or at the very least blatantly unethically, stole Henrietta Lack's genetic information and used it to benefit themselves has somehow discovered religion in the last 50 years and that they no longer operate that way? And don't get me started when it comes to Black people, especially young Black people, and organ harvesting. These white supremacists hate Black people at the same time they can't deny the fact that Black genes are the most dynamic genes and have the most genetic information, unlike recessive genes, which by their very definition are incomplete. When it comes time for these guys to be doing all kinds of dirt, they always make sure to cloak their mendacity behind words about the greater good. Everything they're doing is for the greater good. But inevitably, we always find out the only good they were operating in was their own. This country has always had a depraved indifference for human life where Black people and medicine is concerned. And when it comes to the subject of how the information about a Black person's genes is handled, we have every right to be suspicious and concerned. Remember, it was Elon Musk's little country of apartheid South Africa that actually came up with bioweapons specifically meant to target Black people. Whenever you have this holy grail of information being opened up to these white supremacists, they're not just sitting there thinking, oh, let's come up with some sort of new drugs, because all the time we hear that, well, Black people need different medications, or that there's something wrong with Black people's genes that makes it where these medications wouldn't work for them, when the reality is these white supremacists are using our genes in order to try to solve their own medical problems. Medicine has always been one of the primary battlefields the white supremacy has used to attack Black people as a group. Because through the medical field, you're able to deny Black people life-saving health care, or you're able to tell Black people we're doing all sorts of things for you when they're doing nothing at all. I know that this is a tough, or at the very least difficult subject to handle, mainly because 23andMe's been around for a couple of decades now, and truth be told, there wasn't anything up to this point to make it where you look and say, you know what, we shouldn't have anything to do with these guys at all. And besides, genetic information can be helpful in the right hands to help people find out questions about ancestry, putting back together severed family lines, that kind of thing. But my question happens to be, whose hands is that information in? Were 23andMe started by Black people? I seriously doubt that they would have gotten the kind of money that they got to start up with, or gotten all of those celebrity endorsements. And certainly wouldn't have been allowed to go into the bankruptcy court and saying, oh, let us sell ourselves to somebody else. They would have been told, no, you're going to give all this away. a company that has one of, if not the largest database of individual genetic users' information, you would think that if these guys were basically so concerned about users' privacy that they would be making a big stink telling everybody, hey, here's a period of time where everybody should be applying to us whether or not you want for us to delete your information or otherwise get rid of it. Wouldn't that be something you would think that these guys would be publicizing? But they're not. You have a lot of people, many of them black, who trusted these guys with their genetic code. And what they're showing is that at the end of the day, the only code they care about is being on code with each other. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Andrew Lewis, Mark Singleton, Ronald Scott, Samora Morris, and Saifa Chahuri. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay, well, what the good professor is speaking about right there is diabolical. It is horrible. It is, how should I say, go against all ethics. You see what I mean? You're going to take somebody's DNA, man, and then it becomes somebody's property other than the persons of whose DNA it is. Actually, if you really look at it, it's a form of identity theft.
Yep.
Say,
exactly what
and isn't identity theft a crime?
Yep.
You see what I mean? And then, like I said, you know, I would call it mad science, because you got scientists and you got mad scientists. I mean, let's look at a bastard like Joseph Mengele, who is a mad scientist. Say, so if you don't have to give up your DNA, don't do it, because forensics, as we know, which is the science of the courts, they got a sample of your DNA, man. They can go plant it somewhere, get you convicted. They busted a couple of technicians doing just that. And you know who the main ones that they were framing? Black men. Say, so that's biological injustice, legal injustice. You see what I'm saying? You know, what happened to equal protection under the law?
I don't apply to that, Shabaka.
Exactly.
Because we don't have the complexion for the protection for the collection.
Yeah, I think Malcolm, man, would have been proud of you adding that there, man, you know.
Yes.
Modifying that. Don't have the complexion for the protection in this nation for the collection. See? And, you know, and not only is that wrong and immoral, it is extremely dangerous.
Yep.
See? You know, for some odd reason, man, you know, they want black males incarcerated. They want black males effeminized. They want black males ignorant. See? Because what they want to kill in the black male is that element called resistance.
Yeah. That's what we call the Major spirit, Shabaka. Only FBAs have this spirit of resistance that you're speaking of.
Yeah. You see? So that's bad. And not only, and what's wrong, and the reason why it's bad is because, as you know, because you got more legal knowledge than me, you have acts that violate, that goes against statutes, right? Yep. But then you have acts that are wrong within themselves.
Yeah.
And this is an act that is wrong within itself.
Yeah, but they say it's for the greater good.
The greater good. Now, what is the greater good? What is the greater good for who?
It's white and I say so.
Yeah, exactly. See, so once again, in the American ethos, which is the group psychology of a nation, the term ethos, and as you pointed out so well, the American ethos is racist, white, supremacy.
Yep. Anti-black hatred and racism, white supremacy. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly.
All right. Move us along, because like I said, we're getting pressed for time now.
Okay.
So the moral of the story is don't trust any of these mugs. 23andMe, Ancestry, none of them.
Yeah, Skip Gates, none of that crap. And then here's something, Brother Paris, that I didn't even think of, man, until now.
What's that?
What's to prevent these biotechnical firms, right?
Yeah.
Getting a sample of your DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Creating another you, right?
Yep.
If it has the same sets of fingerprints, send this unit to go commit a bunch of crimes, and they come and frame you.
Yeah.
Or anybody else for that matter.
Mistaken identity.
Yeah, right. I mean, that there's the ultimate identity theft.
Yeah. That's what that movie They Clone Tyrone was about.
Mm-hmm. And who's to say that here in 2025 that they don't have it done already? Because, you know, they've been doing this type of crap, man, ever since the days of Nazi Germany. And you know who you could thank for that?
The United States.
No, sir. A guy by the name of Joseph Mengele.
Yeah, Joseph Mengele.
Joseph Mengele. He was a Nazi.
Yeah, I know.
And then a lot of the Nazis, and they made a movie about called The Boys from Brazil.
Shabbat.
Because from what I understand, that Mengele had a fascination with twins.
Yes.
And he was trying to create another Hitler, about 100 more Hitlers.
Yes, I remember Shabbat. Now here's the thing, they learned from Jim Crow South, United States.
Right.
This stuff from the United States. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, to discriminate against the Jewish people.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, they don't tell you that. You see, these black-ass politicians don't want to tell you that.
Nope.
See what I mean? Black-ass politician, oh, man, I just want to make some money. All money ain't good money.
Right. Moving along.
See?
We got to move on, Shabbat. So moving why America has Jason Whitlock fatigue.
Okay.
This cracker's been running around talking about they got black fatigue. They stole that from a sister who wrote a whole book about fatigue, which is explaining that black people were tired of racism, white supremacy, and having to deal with it in this country. And now they done flipped it like they did woke.
Yeah.
And now you got bootlicks like Jason Whitlock out here running with that narrative of black fatigue, black on black crime, all that nonsense. So Black Truth is going to update us on why America has Jason Whitlock fatigue. Because we already covered what black is on Shabbat's Black Experience Enhanced Grand Rising. So go back and listen to our previous episode of Grand Rising with Shabbat and the Chase to get the full in-depth definition of black fatigue and where that came from.
Right.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
That one, they push this out there as a clip and to make the video go viral or whatever. And I'm a click chasing clown. While, and again, I know that's Portnoy saying that. And Club Shay Shay, Shannon's team, click chasing or whatever, you know, promote him taking a shot at me. There's no substance to what's being said here about me. A click chasing clown. And again, it's not that I'm above criticism, but like if you're going to criticize me, there's some substantive things you could criticize about me. You could say, again, and I would
respect this criticism?
Well, since you ask so nicely, for the poor lost souls who accidentally come across this guy's channel, we got to say a few words about this cockroach, Jason Whitlocc. I forget what he calls his so-called podcast. I think it's called Brainless or something. But you notice immediately that this guy mentions women's body parts a lot on his channel. He just fixates on it. Shannon Sharpe and some white guy mentioned that fact, and Whitlocc got triggered by it. He's having a good time making sport out of Shannon Sharpe, but the natural response is, does Jason Whitlocc ever worry that some woman might make some accusation against him? Of course not. I mean, just look at him. He doesn't have any money, and the closest he's been to a woman is the girl who works the window at McDonald's. And she's still traumatized from the time he proposed marriage in the drive-thru. This clown has been pathetically trying and failing to get himself a gig working at some white media sports channel. Seems like every job that he gets, he loses it in short order. This is his real beef with Shannon Sharpe. In fact, this is actually his beef with the world. He has zero writing talent, and I think it goes without saying he has absolutely no athletic background, obviously. Jason Whitlock's been out here butt-kissing to beat the band for decades on end, just shamelessly attacking black people. That's what he's been reduced to. And he's just sure that if he does it long enough, some white media executive will finally notice him and take him out of obscurity. Gee, he has more than a little in common with Roly-Poly Martin in that regard now, don't he? But Jason Whitlocc is the black male equivalent of Malika Andrews. And he seems to think that his ticket to ride is going to be a fixation on women's bust lines because he puts them in nearly all of his thumbnails. I got to wonder if he owns a van with no windows. Nah, that would require him to get a driver's license, and that fat fool ain't left the house in years. Seriously, the sexual repression from this creep is ridiculous. It's tangible. If you have the misfortune of YouTube's algorithm putting his crap in front of you, as soon as you see the thumbnail or the title, you're going to feel dirtier and dumber than you did just 5 seconds earlier. This guy is respected by no one. I mean, absolutely nobody. He got publicly excoriated by Stephen Smith, for God's sake. And when that happened, instead of Stephen Smith being taken to task, there were people who were actually going, you know what? Stephen Smith's got a point. Stephen Smith, he ain't no prize, but for God's sake, he's right about this Jason Whitlocc character. I mean, that's the lowest of the low. When Stephen Smith can dunk on you and nobody disagrees, that's how you know you're screwed up. All of that butt kissing and buck dancing and backstabbing this clown did all these years, and not a single one of the chumps he was doing all that for spoke up on his behalf. Even the people who he thinks that he's catering to, they don't even want to have anything to do with them. Oh, and on a side note, Malika Andrews attacking black men nonstop hasn't translated into her becoming as well paid as, say, a Shannon Sharpe or a Stephen Smith. She's still trying to be the next Joy Taylor, and she just might make it, if you know what I mean. Don't let that one fly over your head. But in the end, she'll wind up like Joy Taylor or like Sage Steele. Jason Whitlocc, on the other hand, he's basically trying to find whatever he thinks is going to appeal to racist white bigots online, like DeSantis in those closets in Florida, trying to chase whatever's trending on the moment on the internet. See, this is what happens when you're so lazy you spend all your time staring at your phone. Jason Whitlock's not very bright, so he doesn't want to accept that the white media's need for dedicated bootlicks has dwindled. The Coon train used to have 5 or 6 cars on it, but now it's down to a measly caboose. I've always said that the dominant society is years behind the curve, which is why you need to listen to the black media. Well, the same goes for their bootlicks. See, when you hitch your wagon to the white media's star, you also become years behind the curve too. Jason Whitlock's playing the old game. And not only is it antiquated, it's also a game that only worked for a small number of bootlicks. It ain't going to work for him. And slow as he is, he has yet to figure out he won't be one of the lucky few. But then again, what else can he do? He has no skills other than butt kissing and stuffing his own pie hole. So it's either this or he becomes a professional competitive eater. Before it's all over, I fully expect this clown to demand that Major League Baseball stop recognizing Jackie Robinson Day. And when he decides to pull that stunt, he'll be saying something white guilt. I don't see color. These days, he's whining full time about DEI. And he's trying to see if he can get himself into the algorithm talking about black fatigue. This guy just throws stuff against the wall to see if anything will stick. Well, I hate to break it to him, but America has Jason Whitlocc fatigue. After all, when Stephen A. Smith, Shannon Sharpe, and everybody in the media can dunk on you and they get actually lauded for it, or at the very least they have no opposition, that's your cue that you have made a royal fool of yourself. This guy is so attached to whatever the white right is griping about on social media. At this point, I'm expecting him to bring back a couple of golden oldies about critical race theory. See, this is what the Chris Rufos and the Jason Whitlocks will never understand. This stuff that's memeing, this is not how you win a culture war, and it's not how you wage a successful social movement. You don't do it through memes on the internet. But when you happen to be bankrolled by billionaires, you don't actually represent the society. You represent a small handful of bigoted power brokers. And if you're Jason Whitlock, that's who you're desperately hoping to get a job from. Jason Whitlock is a race grifter. He constantly whines and complains about how put upon white society is, though he can never show anyone who's been harmed or even damaged. He simultaneously says that black people fixate on race, while at the same time, he does nothing but complain about race. You cannot lecture black people that racism doesn't exist in society and that there is no racism anymore. And that being the case, it's a relic of the past and you should stop talking about it, while at the same time whining and complaining that this or that white athlete, who's being paid millions, by the way, is getting the short end of the stick because they're white. But of course, Jason Whitlock's little brain farts aren't meant to make sense. What they're meant to do is to delight a handful of bigots online who he hopes to turn into a following so that he can try to cash them in with this or that advertiser. That's the end goal. And I'm not saying that there's anything inherently wrong with gathering an audience so that you can basically monetize them, but I am saying that there's definitely something wrong when you're saying things that are not true. When you're telling lies about what's being done to the black community and why it's being done against us, all so that you can ingratiate yourself to the very forces who are doing it to us in the first place. He's a goofball and a disgrace to Generation X, but since when has any generation not had its bottom down? How are you going to be damn near 60 years old and you're trying to be some kind of edgelord like a 13-year-old in your mother's basement with no adult supervision? He chases memes and posts things constantly alluding to women's bust lines. That's what he's doing. He belongs in a Reddit forum or on 4chan. When it comes to these bootlicks in front of these cameras, remember, they're auditioning to a white audience, specifically some white media editor or producer that they're hoping to catch the eye of. I've told you for years about how Issa Rae, long before Diary of an Awkward Black Girl, she had tried a number of web series and ideas that she posted online. She herself admitted that she did it because she was intentionally trying to find something that she hoped would appeal to some white media company so that she could get herself a TV deal. And when she did her little online side show that portrayed her as a sexually libidinous black woman lusting for white men and portrayed black men as all being losers and whatnot, she wrote that. She produced that. She was proud of it. And that's what she offered to the white media that got them to finally fling open the doors for her, and she's been doing it ever since. See, black folks know exactly what it is that white power wants to see. If you're a Negro trying to find the easy way to get yourself into white power's graces, we know what you got to do. Deny reality, dog out other black people, and somebody's going to throw you a few butter biscuits or at least a few butter biscuit crumbs. Issa Rae knew what they wanted to see. If she was going to get them to offer her a job, that was no accident. And neither is Jason Whitlock's sad little grift. See, the problem with Whitlock is he's simply not good enough. He's not knowledgeable enough to be a sports writer. He's not intelligent enough to be a commentator. He's not charismatic enough to be an on-air personality. And he's not edgy enough to be an online crap poster either. When you look at his whining about DEI and anything related to black people, you can't help but think, I've heard this all before from other clowns, and at least they weren't quite as uninteresting as he is. His online rants are as brainless as the audience he's trying to appeal to, and that has to be the greatest failure of Jason Whitlock. Well, that and his refusal to call Jenny Craig for help. Even putting his pathetic anti-black bashing aside, there's simply no redemptive value to this man. There's not even educational or entertainment value to him. Even if he was a comedian in a foreign country, he still wouldn't be worth watching and wouldn't be worth criticizing. He's nearly retirement age now, and whatever career prospects he thought he had aren't dying, they're stillborn. And you want to know why? It's because, try as he might, Jason Whitlock is something far worse than offensive. He's boring. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. David Williams, Joseph Shorter, 2 Gigabytes, Turk McKenzie, and Yup. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, what's your thoughts back on Jason's ham hock.
Man, he's sick. Belongs in a mental institution. Full of self-hatred. I mean, man, where do they get these Negroes from, man?
They must have got a factory.
I mean, do they got a factory for these clowns or what, man? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
it seems to me they have to, man, because you can't make this shit up, man. You know what I'm saying?
Like the professor said, they auditioning for a job with these mugs, so they know.
Yeah. I mean, man, it's sickening. It really is sickening, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the cold part about it is, I just don't know what the hell to say, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I just don't know what the hell to say. You know, I really don't.
Boss be sick. I'm on parrot the same talking points of Nick Fuentes. Even Nick Fuentes called him out. And Nick Fuentes, white supremacist, he said, "You just a tool." And what did Professor Blacc said? What Neely Fuller say? When white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools.
They break them. Yeah, that they do, man. Yeah, that they do. That they do. And the cold part about it is, man, is that I mean, you know what, can be done. They said, I'm saying the counterman is shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what can be done, man? I'm out of answers. You know what I'm saying?
You
know?
Cannot be incentivized no more, meaning you cannot be getting paid to do that shit no more. It cannot be incentive to talk bad about your people and uplift the people that are suppressing your people. That's basically that.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You know. And the shit is just ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying? It really is ridiculous. You see? And then on top of it is that they go through, man, a great deal, man, to shut us down. You see? To throw monkey wrenches in our works. You see?
Because we speak a popular version of the truth.
Yeah, exactly. See, anytime that you speak against the popular version of what is truth, brother, they're gonna throw how should I say a monkey wrench in your works.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
And the irony of that is
then I'm up here.
Was created by a black man, Jack Johnson, first world heavyweight.
Yeah, exactly.
Champion.
Yeah, first black world heavyweight champion. You see? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is, they always want to keep the brother in his place. You see? Which is at the low bottom, you know what I'm saying, of the American social order.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this shit is bad, man.
Yeah, it is. But we gotta move on to
yeah.
So
to who?
Dump, to Larry Hoover. The dump.
Oh yeah.
Not pardoned, but commuted his sentence. So
right. Now, the trip on with that, okay, is that that's at the federal charges, but he's still got the state charges to deal with. See, so the state charges can only be commuted by the governor of said state, which would be Illinois.
Prisker.
See? Exactly. So, you know, they would have to go to him to get it done. And say, but the question is, will he do it?
No, I don't think he will.
Okay.
He might run for president in 2028. So I don't think he will because you think that'll hurt.
Okay.
But let's
yeah,
see
well, of course. You say?
Let's see what WGN got to say on the subject.
Which is Channel
President
9
Trump
in
commutes
Chicago.
the federal sentence of Larry Hoover, a former Chicago gang leader serving a life sentence.
However, that doesn't mean Hoover will be back on the streets anytime soon. WGN's Jenna Barnes joining us now with more on that. Jenna.
Mike and Ray, Hoover is now 75 years old. He was denied parole in this federal case just last year. Now with his commutation, he's expected to be moved from a supermax prison in Colorado back here to Illinois to serve prison time for a state sentence for murder. The notorious founder of the Gangster Disciples, Larry Hoover, was serving 6 life sentences in federal prison, convicted of running his criminal enterprise from inside an Illinois prison in the 1990s after his 1973 conviction for murder in the state.
There are crimes that are so heinous that they are not entitled to mercy, and his are among those.
Ron Safer was the lead prosecutor in Hoover's federal case.
There's no question that it is the biggest, most well-organized, most efficient drug organization that the country has ever known.
But advocates, including celebrities, have been fighting for Hoover's release. Kanye West and Drake holding a benefit concert for the cause in 2021. Hoover himself was in court just last year fighting for early release, renouncing his past. And Wednesday, President Donald Trump commuted his federal sentence. Hoover's attorneys writing, the courts have demonstrated a complete unwillingness to consider Mr. Hoover's considerable growth and complete rehabilitation.
We've got to learn how to respect one another and keep each other alive. Any voice that comes out with that message that may be able to help somebody, I'm for.
But Hoover's release from federal custody isn't freedom. He must return to Illinois to serve his 200-year sentence for murder, though legal experts say he is eligible for parole. The Department of Corrections website already lists him as an inmate in Dixon, but it's unclear if he's been moved yet.
When you locked up in them institutions and you have your conversation with God, Father God, let me out, I'll never do it again.
Former gang enforcer Wallace Gator Bradley, who has received a pardon, is hoping the governor will intervene and commute the state sentence.
I pray that Governor J.B. Pritzker will do it in here, and I pray that God hear the prayers of everyone that's asking him to do it. And in my heart and soul, I feel he's going to do it.
No official statement from the governor's office on that idea tonight. If Hoover wants to pursue parole or clemency, he would need to petition the Prisoner Review Board. It makes parole decisions and the clemency recommendations to the governor. We're live on the North Side tonight. Jenna Barnes, WGN News.
Thank you, Jenna.
So a whole lot of people had something to say about this. One person in particular was Jay Prince. So he had something to say about it. So Urban Politicians TV was that update.
And one of Chicago's most notorious gang leaders is trying again to get out of prison early. Gangster Disciples founder Larry Hoover has written to a federal judge asking for his life sentence to be reduced, saying he's no longer the man convicted of murder and running the gang from prison. Hoover made the same request last year He is now represented.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as it was breaking news within the last hour or so that Chicago's Gangsters Disciple co-founder Larry Hoover had been pardoned by President Donald Trump.
We begin with breaking news. President Donald Trump has commuted the federal sentence of Larry Hoover, founder of the Chicago street gang, the Gangster Disciples. Hoover has been serving multiple life sentences and in a maximum security prison in Colorado for the murder of a 19-year-old neighborhood drug dealer. He is also serving a 200-year sentence in Illinois, but it's not clear if he'll be moved back to Illinois to reserve what remains of that sentence. Hoover's son, Larry Hoover Jr., posted this photo on Instagram, a White House official holding the commutation with the president's signature.
And there was several other people names that was on the list as well, including NBA YoungBoy. You'll see that getting posted in the headlines also today, as he just finished up a federal prison sentence himself. And I think he still might have had some probation time. So I don't know the exact details with that one right there. But I first saw this hit the news after Jay Prince posted it up earlier today to his Instagram and said, "Thank you to President Donald Trump and the angel from heaven, my sister, Elise Marie Free, for allowing the Creator to work through you. We're deeply grateful to the president for doing what no other president would, freeing and pardoning my brother Larry Hoover. In his own words, never stop swinging. To my brother, Justin Moore, Dubin Dosh, and everyone who contributed to this journey, thank you. I appreciate you all more than words can express." An official write-up had came from different news sites. ABC Chicago put it up and said, President Donald Trump plans to commute the sentence of a notorious former Chicago gang leader, his attorney said. Attorney Jennifer Bonjean confirmed to ABC Wednesday that her client, Gangster Disciples founder Larry Hoover, is being granted clemency by the president. The commutation has not officially been completed, according to the database of the Office of the Pardon Attorney. And if you didn't know why he was in there already, it says Hoover is serving 6 life sentences at the ADX Florence Prison Facility in Fremont County, Colorado. He was previously sentenced to life imprisonment plus 200 years for a 1973 murder. However, in 1997, following a 17-year investigation, he was convicted of conspiracy, extortion, money laundering, and running a continuing criminal enterprise from state prison and received another life term. And he has served 52 years on this life sentence already. Today, he is 74 years old. He been locked up longer than I've been alive by a long time, even before I was thought of. So that's a long prison sentence he deserved already. Pretty much deserved his whole life. And we know the history, the Gangster Disciples out of Chicago's. We hear his name in music a lot, and we've been known for a while now that Jay Prince is a close friend and associate of his as well. Has been working and directly hands-on with his pardon and releasing things like that. And Donald Trump granted it to him today. So that's been breaking all over the timeline and stuff. Now, he has made it clear that he has no association with Gangster Disciples or GDs at all. He's been pushing that for years. I'm not running this organization. I have no ties to it. I have no connection to what is going on outside, because we see the reputation with Gangster Disciples and everything in Chicago and other gangs like that. So those things have most definitely played a role in how he's been viewed inside of courtrooms and the boards and meetings to get him released from prison and things like that. So seeing this happen under this Trump act, this is a new pardon situation he's done. We've seen him grant pardons to other people within the culture, the community as well. And it's a lot of people that get pardons through the Trump Step Act or whatever they call it. And, you know, that don't get their names mentioned. It's everyday people who get these pardons that you don't know. It's just when you're a celebrity. Of course, when you're like a Kodak Black, a Lil Wayne, or a YoungBoy, or Harry O, or anybody like that. Of course, that's going to make the headlines in the news because you have a following, you have a status, and people know you for things. So this is why those type of things get discussed as well. But we shall see what happens with this right here. Everything should be cool now. About the state charges with the case that he possibly would have to face, maybe, I don't know how that works.
Continuing to give orders to the gang from behind bars. Hoover is still facing sentencing on state charges. He claims he's a changed man since he went to prison back in 1997. Until now, his petitions for early release have all been denied. We'll continue to follow this story and bring you the latest throughout the evening.
We'll see what happens. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all at 1,000 shit shows.
Trump has commuted the life sentence of former Chicago gang leader Larry Hoover.
A formal announcement has not been made, but this has been confirmed by a White House official to the Associated Press. Hoover has been serving his sentence at a Supermax prison in Colorado. He was originally in prison for a murder that happened back in 1973 and was later convicted in 1998 for operating a criminal enterprise. In recent years, he renounced his criminal activities and sought a reduced sentence through a formal petition.
Yeah, so he done spent his whole damn life behind bars.
Yeah. Yeah. For all practical purposes. You see what I'm saying? And wouldn't that constitute cruel and unusual punishment?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So it just goes to show the hypocrisy, you know, of the American social order when it comes to us. Once again. Once again.
We changed it to growth and development. We can do something with co-founder, Crip leader, Chucky Williams.
And you saw what California did to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see. Yeah. You know. And the cold part about it is, man, is that they hate us as a people. And I'm thinking, man, is that they're hating us, brother, because they cannot be us.
Yeah.
See?
That's exactly it.
Yeah, see, but they'll never tell you that. But what tells us that, or what shit tells us that, is how they try to mimic our culture. You see what I mean? Try to degrade us with our culture. You see? Try to take away from the culture. And they don't ever want to give credit of how we contribute to the world's culture. I believe you had pointed that out, you know, a few weeks back.
Yep.
You say they don't never want to give us credit for nothing. They'll come to us with all that old negative shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do this to each other. Y'all do that to each other, and all that old type of crap. When we go out here and do something positive, you see what I'm saying? You know, they want to downplay us. You see? And what happened? Then they want to come up here and plagiarize us. Stuff like that. That's why I don't listen to fools like Eminem and what happened. You see?
Fuck Eminem. He's a damn culture too.
Yeah, exactly. Then he's gonna sit up there and crumble on Michael Jackson, but Michael Jackson owned his songbook.
Right.
You see? You see what I mean? And then
every time he dissed Michael got paid.
Exactly. Now you see, now that's a case of reverse opportunity right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, brother Ch, I'm gonna call it a night, man. You know, before I start slurring my speech and stuff like that. We've been on 3 hours, 32 minutes. We appreciate all of our listeners out there. And for those of you who hear us on Facebook, please go to the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. They tore down the original page, so we have to rebuild it. We only got like 50 followers, and then if we can get us back up to 1,800 or to 2,000, you know, in the next 30 days, that'll be real good. All right, Brother Che, so this is Shabaka saying Corey for Frontline Black News. Signing off from Sin City.
All right, thank you for joining us, Shabaka.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. You know what I'm saying, and what have you. Okay, Brother Che, I'll give you a call tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, sounds good, Shabaka. I'll talk to you then.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'm out. Okay.
All right, so in addition to Larry Hoover, sentence being commuted, Trump pardoned rapper NBA YoungBoy, Never Broke Again YoungBoy, and apparently a lot of black people were upset. So the research guy gonna give us an update on that.
All right, you guys, I am back with a quick video. So just in case you haven't heard, Donald Trump pardoned rapper NBA YoungBoy, and the black community is furious. Now, if you look into the story, you're going to see why the black community is furious. It has nothing to do with racism. Okay, it has nothing to do with that. These people are furious because the Democrats did not get the opportunity to do it first. That's why they are upset right now. Donald Trump can save 1,000 black people from a burning building, and the Democrats will still force and keep black people brainwashed to go against Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the Democrats, they want to be able to claim the rights to say, see, we done that. We pardoned him. But because they didn't do it, that's why you don't see a parade in the streets when there should be a parade in the streets, proving, because right now this proves two things. One, that Donald Trump is doing more for black people than the Democrats, and two, that he's not racist. Okay, watch. I want you guys to hear what Donald Trump had to say about the Democrats, because this particular comment is very, very true. Watch.
And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't.
They won't. They won't, because these people want to see Donald Trump fail at any cost. They don't care. They just want to see Donald Trump fail. They don't care about this country. These Democrats don't care about the progress of America. They just don't. All right. This is just how it is. Now, Donald Trump did not only pardon rapper NBA YoungBoy, he has pardoned other black people. Harry O, who was the CEO of Death Row Records. He also pardoned Beverly Beatty Williams, which I will show you a video of her next. He also pardoned Angela Stanton King. He also pardoned Alice Johnson, who he made pardon czar under his own wing. These are other black people that Donald Trump pardoned. But guess what? You don't hear people talk about these things because they don't want Donald Trump to get the credit for pardoning these black people. And like I said, it also proves Donald Trump is not racist. So I want to show you guys this second video, and I want you guys to see and hear what Beverly Beatty Williams had to say about Donald Trump pardoning her. And to give you a little bit of backstory, Beverly Beatty Williams was blocking a clinic where they were practicing the mutilation of babies. That's what was going on. That's just that's just the story in a nutshell. Now, I don't want to get into the particulars or the details, but what I will say is that me personally, I'm not in 100% agreement with what she done, but I'm glad that she was able to be pardoned and be back home with her family, because I don't want to see anybody in jail, as I have went to jail before. I have family members who went to jail before. It's not a good thing, right? So I'm just happy this woman was able to be returned home with her family. And it's a great thing. But I want you guys to hear what she had to say, her and her husband, about Donald Trump. Watch this.
President Trump, I just want to thank you for being a man of your word and bringing me home to my family. 3 months without my 2-year-old has been, words can't express what it's been for me. And just watching you sign my pardon and get me free, I'm just so grateful, and you're just a hero, and you literally saved my life. And if Kamala had won, not only do I know I would have gotten out in like 2028, but I was nervous that she would probably try to re-indict me on something else. These people are vicious, and I know this is just the beginning. This isn't the end. This is just a start, but justice has to come. But thank you for getting the ball rolling on righteousness and justice in this nation. And so just thank you from me, my daughter Eleanor, and my husband.
And I thank you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We love you. And we thank you. Thank you.
God bless you.
You put a black family back together so they can never say you a racist.
Never.
You see that? He said you put a black family back together so they can never say you are a racist. Okay, this is the whole thing. This is the whole problem with why the black community is outraged, because they have once again been debunked about who President Trump is. He is constantly pardoning black people. He just helped the HBCUs for a second time. He did it in 2018, and now he just done it again in 2025. And remember, when Donald Trump won, right after he won the presidency, he thanked the Black and Latino communities. I actually have a YouTube short, I have a YouTube short on my YouTube channel where I presented this video where Donald Trump actually thanked Blacks and Latinos for helping him get in office. And he also said that he looks forward to working with our community. So all of this race, and again, me personally, I don't try to convince people to be a Republican, to be a conservative. That's just not my job. My job is to present the truth and present the evidence and let you make your own decision on what you think. This is why I put this evidence out. I cannot convince anyone, because one thing I've learned in life is that you cannot argue a belief system. You just can't. And some people are brainwashed to the point of no return. So they're going to believe any and everything someone says over the truth. Regardless of what the truth is, they're going to believe what someone says. All right. Now, this is on rollingstone.com. It says Trump pardons NBA YoungBoy during clemency spree. And it says he also pardoned gangster disciple Larry Hoover. Now, of course, Larry Hoover will have to undergo a court hearing to see, the progress and the updates on his case, whether he will be released or whether he has to go through some other process. But rapper NBA YoungBoy has a very, very large fan base. And it's crazy how they tried to, in this article, they tried to say, they named the people that he pardoned, and they said these people are aligned with GOP. I don't think NBA YoungBoy was a Republican or a conservative. I've never heard him say it. I've never seen him say it on his Instagram or anything else. I've never seen him mention President Trump. If he did, I didn't see it. So it's crazy how Rolling Stone tried to word this article. Oh, they were aligned with the GOP. Like, it's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And like I said, if the Democrats had pardoned NBA YoungBoy or any list of black people, trust me, it would be all over CNN. It would be a parade in the streets. I promise you it would, because they would make sure to let you know that they are the ones responsible for pardoning these black people, but they don't want President Trump to get the victory. They don't want President Trump to get the credit because it's going to prove two things. One, he is helping black people more than Democrats, and two, he is not racist. This is why you have not heard these stories. Many of you have not heard these stories at all. Now, again, like I said, I'm not in agreement with anybody committing any sort of crime. So let's get that out the way. I'm not in agreement with anybody committing crime and just doing, you know, any and everything, and then they get pardoned if they're wrong and they're guilty. I'm not for it. So don't take my video or take my words and say, oh, you're trying to support. No, I'm not supporting anything. What I'm saying is, and showing, is that Donald Trump is pardoning black people, and the Democrats are upset for it because they are not the ones who beat President Trump to the punch. Even when you look at my Facebook, watch this. I'm going to show you guys some comments. Look at how people talk on Facebook. This is on Facebook. This is the comment section where I posted the picture of the article where it talks about NBA YoungBoy being pardoned. Look at what the people are saying. Oh, how much did he get paid? And there was a big fee attached to this pardon, and Donald Trump is a businessman, and blah, blah, blah. Like, they don't have anything positive to say about a black man being reunited with his family and his children. They don't look at that factor. They didn't even look at that factor with Beverly Beatty Williams. She's being reunited. That's what I looked at. She's being reunited with her daughter. NBA YoungBoy is being reunited with his children. That's what I looked at. But these people still have something negative to say. Trump derangement syndrome. There is nothing you can do for black people. You cannot please these people. If you help them, they're going to say something negative. If you don't help them, they're going to say something negative. So I say, if you are a conservative like myself, and you are a Republican or whatever you are, if you support President Trump or what he's doing, don't even respond to these people. Don't even respond to him. It's a waste of time. It's a big waste of time. These people just don't care. All right? So, you guys, let me know what you think about this video. If this is your first time watching, make sure you subscribe to the channel.
Make sure y'all do the same for Frontline Black News. Yeah, they hate seeing this. The dump, he can't do no good in their eyes. Like, even when he does something good, it's still bad. So let's see what Willie D had to say about it. You know, he's a big-time Democratic shield. So I'll try to give y'all both sides of the argument. So we heard from a conservative. Now we're going to hear from a Democrat.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Donald Trump, your president, has granted rapper NBA YoungBoy a full pardon. And to celebrate the momentous gesture, NBA YoungBoy took to social media to say this: I want to thank President Trump for granting me a pardon and giving me the opportunity to keep building as a man, as a father, and as an artist. This moment means a lot. It opens the door to a future I've worked hard for, and I am fully prepared to step into this. Big thanks to the pardon czar, Miss Alice Marie Johnson, for fighting for second chances for so many people, and to my lawyer, Brittany K. Barnett, for being in my corner and all your hard work to make this possible. And thank you to everyone who believed in me. I'm grateful, I'm focused, I'm ready. Ken Trail. All right, fam, anybody got a problem with it? Give me a thumbs up if you don't have a problem with it. Thumbs up if you say, nah, man, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I'll give you a few moments to think about it. Okay, time's up. My thoughts. So, well, first of all, congratulations to NBA YoungBoy. I think it's good for him, personally. And it's also good for his kids because it gives him a genuine chance to continue to provide for his kids. It also gives him a chance to rebuild his career and to reintegrate into society without having the stigma of a felony record just following you for the rest of your days. So that's big. But here's why Trump don't deserve any praise. His pardon record overwhelmingly benefits his political allies. I don't know about you, but for me, that fuels doubt that his choices stem from principle rather than personal or partisan gain. And furthermore, Trump's divisive policies and erratic behavior, his erratic leadership, makes any act of mercy an inadequate reason to laud his tenure. I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. No siree, no. I'm feeling like some people are feeling with these pardons. He's trying to set it up so that he can pardon Derek Chauvin. That's right, I said it. He really wants to pardon Derek Chauvin. He's just trying to figure out his team. He's talking to his team, and they're trying to figure out how they're going to run the play. At the end of the day, they're not really sophisticated, so they're going to just bulldoze their way through it. They're just going to say, you know what, I'm just going to pardon them and let the chips fall where they may. What they going to do about it, right? But if he does pardon Derek Chauvin, which I think there's a very good chance he will, Derek Chauvin still ain't going home because he owes the state of Minnesota 22 and a half more years. Well, not 22 and a half more years, but he owes the state of Minnesota 22 and a half years. So he still got to do that time on a state level, even if Trump does pardon him. But just the fact that he would pardon somebody that caused so much division, somebody that is the catalyst for the riots that kicked off in this country and worldwide. So much property damage, so much pain, you know? I mean, to let a dude like that go, what does that say to other would-be Chauvins? You gotta put my knee on somebody's neck, and you know he gonna get paid when he get out. Because the uncivilized mutts, they have an uncivilized mutt fund. Yeah, you can go out there and do something racist and get rewarded. The more vile you are, the more money you get. Yeah, the uncivilized mutts have been showing their rear ends, just like their grandpappies and grandmammies did. Yeah, uncivilized mutts. They can't tell me nothing about loving God or believing in God when they behave like that. I'm not even convinced that they have human DNA. Yeah, because it takes uncivilized mutts to do something like that and to support something like that. Trump plays the symbolic game because he cannot win in the substantive game. It's nothing to stroke your signature across a piece of paper to pardon someone or to commute a sentence or to sick your goons on someone who looks like they don't belong in the country. It's a whole different thing when you start talking about real policy, right? That requires critical thinking. How you gonna bring those egg prices down? The price of gasoline, how you gonna bring it down? How are you going to improve international trade relations with our so-called allies? That requires critical thinking. And if you look at what he's done in his prior term, and if you look at where he is right now in his current term, anything that required critical thinking, if you look at how Trump moves on policy, he just throws stuff up against the wall and see what sticks. You know, there was a time that I thought maybe, just maybe, we're going to get over this racial hump. You know, it's never going to just go away because, you know, uncivilized mutts are here to stay. I get it. But I just thought maybe, you know, those who were in the 60s, they're dying off. You know, they're dying. Good thing, right? They're dying. But they instilled it in their children. And their children continued to pass down their demonic legacy. And it continues. That's why even to this day, you see some of them as young as 4 or 5 years old practicing racism. Remember the little white dude that went to the black people's house and was like beating on the door, like, come on out here, come on out. Ooh. He had a whip, remember that? And then you had the little white girl in the UK who was talking to her mother, and they were talking about home burglary. And the little girl just said, hey, a black man did it. You know, they were talking about who they would blame if somebody broke into something. And, you know, the mother had trained her to say, a black man did it. Yeah, they're trained. They're trained. They're indoctrinated. This is why I am going to keep my foot on their necks. So don't come over here trying to use them little deflection and defense mechanisms that you use. Don't try that with me. It ain't gonna work. Yeah, got you. I'm not going to be silent so you can be comfortable. And I'm not fooled by your God. I'm not fooled by his gestures. He always has an ulterior motive. I want to find out what it is. I'm gonna bring it to you live and direct. No more talk.
So, Trump also signed.
Yeah, so you see how the Democrats are. It's like, he's just damned if you do, damned if you don't with them. And you hear how the research guy was like, look, these people are brainwashed. So it's like, damn, what is he supposed to do at this point? They both do the same shit, symbolic gestures. Democrats, all they do is symbolic gestures. Nobody bats an eye when they do the shit. When Trump does it, it's a problem. The Democrats do that shit all the time, and you never hear nothing from these Democrats about that shit. So the hypocrisy is so real with both parties. It really is. Congratulations to NBA YoungBoy for getting pardoned, Larry Hoover for getting his sentence commuted, and the other sister that is now doing the pardoning in the pardon office, the dumps cabinet as well. So I'm gonna move us to the last two topics, and that is are Juneteenth and reparations connected? Khaleef Alexander thinks so. And Namibia is demanding reparations from Germany. So I met the brother on another platform. I'm not gonna mention the name of the platform, but me and Khaleef Alexander had a good old discussion about reparations and FBA, Foundational Black Americans. We were actually educating somebody on what FBA was at the time. So this brother, he came on Dominic Permima's show earlier this week and broke it down on why we are demanding reparations and how it's connected to Juneteenth. And I had to go in on some damn mail trolls earlier on news break because they didn't want to face facts that if it wasn't for FBA, Not only would you not have a country, you would have lost the Civil War. So let's see.
Celebrate Juneteenth and our 4th anniversary. There will be plenty of food, fun, great music, good vibes, and all of your favorite KBLA Talk 1580 hosts will be there. Yeah, man. Click the beat. On Saturday, June.
A reparationist, and one of the early folks that was on this segment. We've been doing it for about a year and a half now. Khaleef, the reparationist, Alexander, born and raised in Philly. He's one of the originators of Juneteenth, actually, as a national holiday. This is something he worked on with Millennial Juneteenth and the Pennsylvania Juneteenth Coalition. He testified at the First in the Nation California Reparations Task Force. And he is part of, he's been nationally publicized in Actify Press, Philadelphia Inquirer, the Tribune, WHYY, and of course, KBLA Talk 1580. Khaleef Alexander, welcome back.
Yes, it's good to be back.
Let's try that again. Take two.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, great to have you back. We have been talking about reparations every Friday, of course, ever since I last saw you.
Yes.
And I'm glad you're back because I think there's you're really strong on sort of the evolution and history of reparations is in this country. And I get the impression, especially through some recent conversations I've had, that people think this is something new that we just came up with.
Right. Yeah. That's the, sometimes that's the thing with the American education system. People aren't learning as much history about not only Black culture or Black American culture, just American culture in general. And, we can go back as far as Cali House when we're looking at reparations, or we can go as far back to Queen Mother Ollie Moore. Just the conversation, just reparations has been a thing. But, in today's time, people are just seeing maybe like on a Shade Room or just on Hollywood Unlocked. Oh, they're talking about reparations in California. Is it true? Is it going to happen? It's kind of like, our lack of reading and information. We're not getting the proper information. So we're just saying things. And then people are thinking that it's a myth, or the people just thinking that it's not real.
Yeah. Cali House, we're talking about she was born in 1861. Yeah. And so I don't know exactly when she started talking about reparations, but she died in 1928. So clearly this conversation goes way back.
It's been a while.
Yeah. And I had someone tell me that Black people already received reparations in this country and argued that, but I have no, I've never heard of that before. I've heard of slave owners getting reparations. What's your knowledge of that?
Yeah, no Black person has received reparations, particularly what we're talking about. You have Jewish people who have received reparations in the United States. You have Japanese people who have received reparations in the United States. You even have white farmers who were fighting on the side of the Confederacy during the Civil War who received a form of reparations. But Black Americans, or also what we call as the freedmen, we have not received any reparations, because if we have, we would notice this in our communities. We would see our community looking different. We would see a lot more things just better in our community all around. So when somebody's saying that we already have reparations, what that's telling me is that they are inclined to be ignorant of reparations.
Mm. But you testified at the original California Task Force.
Yes.
You saw what happened last August with the California Legislative Black Caucus backing off of the bills and infighting, and also under pressure from the governor.
Yes.
And here we are again with a new package of legislative bills. You making a face for those who are not streaming on YouTube. Why do you make that face?
Well, I just think the current slate of bills that they have out there, they're trying to label it as reparations. Like we have 17 bills of reparations. It's like that sounds good to somebody else. But then the Black folks that are reading these bills, they're saying, well, this isn't reparations. In fact, this doesn't even come with any economics. This comes with another type of study, or this comes with money attached to it to it doesn't have money going to the people. That's the thing. Reparations is direct cash payments, lands, things of that nature that's going directly to the people, not going to institutions to figure out more studies to figure out how people are supposed to be getting money and funds.
Yeah. Well, one of them would establish an agency.
That I saw. Now I'm not a California resident, so I can't speak on behalf of, because there were two different bills in regards to developing an agency in the state of California. I know one bill was to develop an agency for the descendants of slavery or something like that, and then the other one is the original one, which is the Freedmen Affairs Agency. That's the original one.
That was the one that they did not pass, did not put up for a vote last year, and that the state senator who put that forth is termed out.
Right.
So, you know, and I know that you're not from California, you're from Philly. However, why did you decide to come here and testify?
Well, I just figured, you know, California is ground zero of the reparations movement. You want to have, just me being a reparationist, it just made sense. I just had to come here. I had to see what California was like. I had to get, you know, feet on land, as we call it, or boots on the ground, as we call it, and what we do. It just made sense. And at the time, the task force was about a year and a half in, so it began to get a lot of national recognition with the debate on lineage versus race, and just late night talk show hosts, they started to pick it up as well. So it just became a thing.
Make the link for me between reparations and Juneteenth.
Oh, that's my favorite. You do not have, in my opinion, you do not have a modern reparations movement without Black folk acknowledging and appreciating Juneteenth. And prior to 2020, nationwide, not just in certain parts in the South, because I know my people in the South, they're gonna be like, we've been celebrating Juneteenth. I know y'all always gonna say that, and I appreciate y'all for that. But when you begin to look at Juneteenth being celebrated in this type of pop culture or this mainstream type of thing, it since 2020, since it started to even become a conversation nationally about making it a holiday in 2020, 2019, things like that, you started to see more Black folk take on that. But with taking on Juneteenth, it gave Black folk some form of independence, identity, things of that nature. And that is what has been not necessarily separating us from previous ideology, but enhancing us for new ideology when it comes down to reparations.
So you feel that the Juneteenth movement, in which you played a role in organizing as a young person,
yes,
you said, okay, this is what I'm going to spend some of my time on.
Absolutely.
And you feel that has energized the reparations movement, the modern one?
Not to the actual reparations movement, but to the outside perspective on reparations. So like if I'm not a modern or average Black person or black man or Black woman in America, I'm now having I'm focusing more on my identity as a Black American, because I recognize Juneteenth. I understand that this is my particular holiday, that my ancestors, this is what they went through. So now I realize that I am someone from this elk, from this soil. So if I'm from this soil, when we start talking about reparations, Jim Crow, the crack epidemic, all of these different things, you start thinking, yeah, this happened to my people. And then more and more people are having conversations about their grandma who's from the South, or, you got some people like, yeah, my grandma told me she was Indian. So you start having these different types of conversations. You start having these different types of conversations about, just your family lineage. Just the non-reparationists. Every time I speak for the non-reparationists, because I want them to become reparationists. But in order for them to become reparationists, they have to learn. But they're learning subconsciously by the information and things that we've been putting out over the years.
Interesting perspective. 800-920-1580. That's a number. We're talking with Khaleef Alexander. You got something going on around reparations. We're going to talk about that. I want to go a little deeper into this lineage conversation and the process and progress around Juneteenth. All that coming up on a Freedman Friday, KBLA Talk 1580.
She's reclaiming her time on KBLA Talk 1580. More First Things First with Dominique DePrima when we come forward.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come.
Pastor and Mrs. Epps. All of us at KBLA Talk 15.
Ray, he's going to text it live. And the
Took on that moniker like 3 years ago.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. So look, you're from Philly.
Yes.
What's happening with reparations there?
So in the city of Philadelphia, we have a reparations task force that was created by Councilwoman Jamie Gaudier. And that task force at the moment currently, they started in June of 2024. And to today, they've only had one public meeting. They've lost two chairmen. They've lost the chairman and the chairwoman of the reparations task force, and altogether they have lost 5 different individuals from the task force.
So just a high turnover. Get on the task force, get off the task force.
Yeah, but none of this is in the media. The newspapers, the Inquirer, the Tribune, WERD, which is our local Black radio station in Philadelphia. Many of these people have not covered this because many of these people are a part of the Democratic Boule machine.
Oh, not the Democratic Boule machine. What do you mean?
Listen, we out here dropping haymakers.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does that mean?
The Democratic Boule machine are part of the benign neglect crew who do not do anything for Black Americans.
And that's a whole conversation that we can get into. But in the context of reparations, because you and I have talked about this before, we now have Republicans in power, and I know there are a number of reparationists that really felt that the art of the deal would come into play, and that perhaps the Trump administration would do something on reparations. Now they're talking about reparations for people who have been impacted by immigration.
This is why I like talking to you. You're good.
Thank you. They're bringing in white farmers from South Africa saying they're having a genocide, even though we have no evidence at all of that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like they're leaning in any way, shape, or form towards any kind of reparatory anything for freedmen, ADOs, Black people, Negroes, however you categorize us. What do you make of that?
So what I would say is this: the reparations conversation via the politicians has never really been a serious thing. Like, it's just really the activists that's really been moving the needle. The politicians, they've just been there. But in regards to just Republicans in the Trump administration with reparations, I don't know any reparations that thought Trump would actually give reparations in the time frame. I think most people, I can't speak on
with
most
several
people.
of them on this show.
People out there.
Right.
But I'll say, I think most of those people, they just wanted Trump to do something about like the immigration stuff. But that's a farce. I mean, like that's a separate kind of thing when you're talking about economics for us. But
So what's the play then in this environment? I mean, you talk about benign neglecting. You're pointing the finger at the Dems in Philly, where you're from, and saying they're not doing anything.
Yes.
I'm not tracking it that closely. Sounds like they're not.
Yeah.
Clearly they're in charge in Philly, but they're not in charge in the nation. So those are two different. They're examples of the problems with both parties, right? So how do you move?
So even though you have over 40 reparations task force in the nation, many of these reparations task force have been started at municipalities, counties, or some state levels, right? Many of these are in what you call Democratic majorities or Democratic leaning areas.
That's where most of the Black people are.
Yeah, so most of these people that have created these task force, quasi task force, if you want to call it that, they're Democrats. We actually don't have too many Republicans on record. Besides the guy Bill Saley out here that's quote unquote supported reparations, or he didn't even support reparations, he just supported the agency. So you don't really have too many on record. But what I'll say is this. The thought pattern amongst particular Republicans and Democrats and even independents is moving more to a free thought type of ideology. And your free thought ideology, people are looking at money is going to different people, different groups, money that's been spent on things that just quite frankly don't make sense. So what I think is it can create a hunger or an appetite for politicians if they're being advocated to correctly. I just think that they aren't being advocated in the correct manner. In fact, I think the quote unquote reparations movement online is, for the most part, is quite frankly dead. The only people that's actually doing work on reparations are the people that's out here in the streets, and they might tap in online here and there. But outside of the actual reparationists,
Interesting.
outside of the actual reparationists, nobody's actually talking about reparations. Anytime you see anything in regards to reparations, it comes from an activist lens, or it comes from a lens where as though it's Democratic propaganda.
Or it's coming from the squash this.
Yeah, the squash is
It's
my
that-
bad. Yeah,
trying to
that one.
discredit it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
And that's and that might be, and most of the time when we see that, that's from some type of racist cowboy in the South.
Yeah, often. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this every week, just to make sure we were talking about it, because to me, that's the least we can do, is talk about it and normalize it and allow people to understand what's going on. So you just cited 40 different task forces. Some are city, some are county, some are state. You have a critique that they're what? No, I don't want to put it.
Right.
I don't want to say what you're saying. What are you saying about that? Does it represent momentum? Does it represent just BS? Like, what are you saying about it?
They're doing it to say, hey, look, we're doing something, but we're not doing exactly what you need. So, like, you can tell us, for example, I have colleagues of mine in the city of Philadelphia. Hey, what's going on with the task force? We've seen that you all got the bill, and we've seen that there was one meeting, but what's going on? Listen, I even had my grandma. Get on the task force, one of the committees. Do you know how many? But think about it though. They haven't been meeting.
Right.
So she's like, well, I don't know what's going on. So I'm giving her people to reach out to. She's not getting proper answers back.
Wow.
And my grandma is a judge of the election in the neighborhood. So the fact that she's trying to do more community service to better support the community, but she can't even get the community service back when it's something that's so important for Black Americans, is actually a smack in the face.
Yeah.
But who cares? It's just some poor Black people in the hood talking about some reparations. Nobody care about that.
So you're saying that, in your view, a lot of it is just placating.
Yeah, it's playing. They playing with Black people.
I mean, in LA, our reparations task force did deliver a report.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty powerful report.
Very.
Now, okay, you saw it.
Comprehensive. And it's used as a tool because we've used things from the that reparations report. The only thing is, if the state of California knows that reparations is owed, and if they know that these things should be happening, why is it in August, Gavin Newsom and the Democratic Boule machine, why did they not allow these bills to pass, one? And then two, why did they come with a new series of bills a year later? Because they revised them and rechanged them and made them to what they wanted them to be so that they were safe. And how many of these 16 bills are actually going to get passed?
Well, I think we know what I think. What are you saying?
I think that they're just using this as a tool because this is the super majority state, and they keep trying to use this as a tool in front of Black Americans. Because if you just ask a local California, like a local LA Black person about reparations, they don't know anything. I've talked to several people that I'm like, yo, do you know? And I'm telling people that I've been in working dealings with and things like that. Yeah, the reparations here. I'm sharing information with them. I'm telling them, like, yo, look, they got this meeting over there in Lamert. You gotta go check them out. So if the local people don't know about it, and only the actual activists know about it, people are asking questions. Where are the media marketing dollars going? But forget the media marketing dollars. What is the politicians doing about it? If this was an advocacy for something else, oh, that would be on. Everybody would know about it.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. That's one of the reasons why I started this Friday. I wasn't just regular people. It was actually people that were considered leaders in the community, in the Black community, that had no idea of the work that was going on. So you were referencing California, and I was also talking about the city of Los Angeles.
Right.
The city of Los Angeles issued their reparations report. Now, the next step for that is it will go before the city council. The city council will have to look at the recommendations that are made.
Hold on, I gotta get this out. He said something about the online space isn't moving the needle or whatever. a lot of us outside of California, we wouldn't have even known about what was happening in California in regards to reparations if it wasn't for the new black media, if it wasn't for people like Tariq Nasheed, if it wasn't for people like Black Alpha Network, if it wasn't for people like Afro Elite, if it wasn't for Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Black Power Radio, we wouldn't know nothing about what was happening in California outside of what our colleagues that we know, like Jay Milley, who's in California, told us about it. I found out about it through the new black media. I found out about AB 3121 through CJAC. Shout out to Chris with CJAC. They're doing a lot of work for reparations out there in California. I wouldn't even known about it. I called in too and testified on behalf of Foundational Black Americans lineage-based direct cash payments several times, because that commission went on for what, 3 years? And I made it a point every time there was a meeting, if I couldn't be there in person, that I'll at least call in and let my voice be heard on the matter, because it's that serious. Because whichever way California goes, the rest of the nation goes. So Brother Khaleef, he didn't really get that point. And when I had the discussion with him, he was still kind of like on the fence about, well, is new black media really doing anything in regards to this? And at the time, like, man, we wouldn't even known about this if it wasn't for the new black media. I'm gonna let the video continue.
In the report and decide whether they're going to do anything about it. So that represents progress. I mean, and if you look at that report, it's pretty, it's powerful. So the question is, how do you get it from a report into actual action? Like what they've done in Evanston, at least they've handed out checks. Why do you have a dismissive look? Why you're not impressed with Evanston either?
I'm not impressed with Robin Rue Simmons now.
Well, I'm not talking about the person. I'm talking about the fact that they're actually writing checks.
Robin Rue Simmons is the person who, quote unquote, created.
She was a council member there,
but she was one of the quote unquote most influential people on developing the reparations,
right,
or quote unquote reparations in Evanston, which was just a housing program. And then they, after the backlash, they said, okay, we might be able to give you some type of funds. But that's not lineage based. That's just harm based for that area time frame. So if you are, if you're non-lineage, if you will, you're quote unquote eligible for this. This is just, I like Evanston to a certain extent, but this is just something like, this is another one of those here.
Well, I mean, I think you have to at least give them credit for actually writing checks. I understand how you're framing that. I mean, and actually they're being challenged. They've been challenged in court. And I don't know that I'd say it's not a classic reparations lineage model like what California has kind of put forth, but it's not simply harm-based. I think it's a bit of a hybrid. We'll look at that after news, traffic, and sports. And we're going to.
Well, Dominique's a damn Democratic shill. It's very obvious she's caping for the Democrats. Look, Evanston is really a nothing burger, and it's not what we demanded at all. We did not ask for housing vouchers for reparations. We asked for direct lineage-based cash payments. So they're just playing. They're just playing in our faces with that. And she keeps talking about they're cutting checks. No, they're not really cutting checks. So that's a lie. And like you said, that's harm-based. It's not lineage-based. So there's that. Let me fast forward so we can get through the rest of this.
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. You ready?
You're invited to join us as we celebrate Juneteenth and our 4th anniversary. There will be plenty of food, fun, great music, good vibes, and all of your favorite KBLA Talk 1580 hosts. You're invited to join.
This is it.
All of these events are
Heard any other talk radio lately that sounds anything like this? We didn't think so. You're listening to Unapologetically Progressive, KBLA Talk 1580.
Yes, indeed. On a Freedman Friday, I want to remind you that our 4th anniversary events are approaching fast. I can't believe it's been 4 years already of this Black-owned talk radio outlet, the only one west of the Mississippi. We've got 4 special events.
Bootleg owned. This is Jesse Jackson's network, or Mr. Jesse Jackson.
Seating is getting tight, so if you haven't registered yet, please do it. Go to kbla1580.com. That's our website. Actually, you could do it right now if you're not late for work. That way you don't get left out. It's our 4th anniversary. We want to celebrate it with you. If you're planning to join us for the 4th anniversary celebration and barbecue on the Juneteenth holiday, we're asking everyone to bring a gift card for any amount for food, groceries, or a restaurant. For victims of the Altadena firing, a lot of them are still struggling. We want to help those families that are still displaced. Go to our website, kbla1580.com right now. Sign up for the events you plan to attend. All of our anniversary events are free. I love that, but seating is limited, so you got to register. Thank you. Okay, back to Khaleef, the reparationist, Khaleef Alexander, out of Philly. So it sounds like you don't see the proliferation of task forces as progress. I do, because I feel like it keeps the conversation going. It normalizes it instead of it just being a fringe issue. But how do we get from politicians and activists absorbing this to what you're calling regular people, everyday people? I mean, I thought talking about it on the radio was part of that. How do we get past that sort of little activist circles and make this penetrate the mainstream consciousness?
Well, there's I would say some of the things that I've been doing and just some of the people I've been working with in order to do exactly what you're talking about. There's a political party called the United Citizens Party. That political party, they actually endorsed Dr. Cornel West for his presidency. Yeah. This is the historically Black owned and ran political party. They're based in South Carolina, historically Black. They were founded in the 1960s, and the primary goal is all just Black issues. So one of the things is to shift our ideas to.
He just reminded me of something. That's not the only Black-owned political party, independent party. There's also the Mahali Party, which is based out of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. There's my party, the Unity Party, which we have basically, for all intents and purposes, taken over and made a Black operated or controlled party. So our chairman, Tajanji Cole, he's the senior chairman. I'm the junior chairman of the Unity Party here in the state of Colorado. So there are independent parties, the Freedom Party, Cornel West Party, supports reparations as well. So there's several independent parties that are Black owned or controlled that are in support of reparations. So that's not the issue. The issue is the two major political parties refuse to do anything in regards to this. And still majority of our people continue to vote Democrat, vote blue no matter who. And they don't even know that these other parties even exist.
An independent Black political party. In doing so, you know, I have different viewpoints about how you can utilize a party. I saw like the Working Families Party, if you're familiar with them. Yep. I saw them come to Philadelphia in about 2012 as like a political club.
Working Families Party is racist as hell. They just as bad as the Green Party. What was I gonna say? My party also endorsed Cornel West. We got him on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for the 2024 presidential election. So there's a start with Cornel West. He got dual alliances. He's sitting up here caping for the damn Palestinians. And we have to keep putting that in his face like, look, man, we need our goddamn reparations. And I tried to get him on the new Black media. Black Alpha Network was able to interview him. was trying to get him on Jason Black's platform. Didn't work out, so Jason ended up blocking me basically as a result. So I can't even comment in his chat as a result of that, which is some bullshit. But I'm gonna get on another one of his Zooms and ask him about that shit. But the effort has been put out there. And I guess I'm considered a reparationist as well because I've been pushing for reparations here in the state of Colorado. Colorado is talking about doing a commission too. And we got to make sure there ain't a bunch of goddamn tethers and OTBs oversight on the board of that. So that just reminded me I got to contact Senator James Coleman, Senate President James Coleman, and see what the hell is happening with that, because I definitely need to get on that commission along with Lady Che, because we got to make sure they get the language right, because they still running around here talking about African American. We are not African Americans. We are foundational Black Americans. And then we are the reason that this country even exists. We are the foundation of this country, and we are owed a debt, and that debt needs to be paid in full. And if they're not going to do it at the federal level, we're going to take it to the state level and the local level.
And then over a course of time, they would get a lot of politicians that they would start endorsing and that would work with them. In 2019, they elected their first councilwoman in Philadelphia. And then in 2023, they elected their first councilman. So they have 2 elected officials under the Working Families Party after a 10 to 12 year progress of just starting off as a community club or something like that. So I'm looking to utilize a similar model with the United Citizens Party and some of the individuals that I'm working with in South Carolina.
So you're looking to build the United Citizens Party into a more widespread and viable political party. And what do you say to those who argue that third parties are spoilers?
Some people may think that, but when we're looking at the new age in politics, it's not ran by machine cities like Chicago and Philadelphia anymore.
Political machine is what you're talking about.
Yeah, political machine cities. And the political machine, for those of us who don't know in the audience, is usually ran by unions and a party. You only got like 2 of those cities left in America. You only got Philly and Chicago. The rest of the cities, party and union, they still they don't run as much. But that's really the goal. But
so the United Citizens Party is that's where you're camping out right now. That's where you're putting your energy as far as a political party. I know. So and it's been around, you said, since the 60s. I think it's kind of gone in and out of being more active, right?
Yeah. So now they're focused on different statewide elections in South Carolina. One of the things that myself and other colleagues are looking to do is to expand that in northern states, maybe even in the West Coast, possibly. You never know. But just getting it out of South Carolina and making it a little more normalized over the next 2 to 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I commend you for that, because I feel like I'm sick of hearing people suddenly trying to organize a third party weeks or months before a presidential election. And I think what you just cited about the working families, where they started as a club and they built to local, and then they'll build the.
That was a straight slight diss to Cornel West with the Freedom Party. Come out, she's tired of people trying to start third parties like weeks before election. No, that's a damn lie. That party's been trying to get off the ground for at least a year or 2 before that election even started. So she don't even got her facts straight. But this is how these Democratic shills operate. And like I said, this is Jesse Jackson's network. Mr. Jesse Jackson's network. So they is gonna be caping and pulling water for the Democrats all day, every day. In their eyes, Democrats can't do no wrong, and the Republicans are just bad, Orange Man bad, and third parties are just spoilers. Even though we're not spoilers, because how the hell can 2 parties represent the interests of 300 40 million people. They don't. So you should have a third option at the very least.
County, they'll go to state and probably national. It makes sense to build brick by brick rather than trying to go top down.
Yes.
So what's the next for people who are interested in this? How would they get involved? What's the next steps? You said expanding to other states, but how does that look?
So I would say if somebody's like would like to be a participant, now it's kind of, if you're not a reparationist or if you're not an organizer, it's not the time, because when you're in what they call like developmental stages and things like that, or even just like the beginning organizing, you just don't want to have everybody come in. You just want to have your organizers, your strategists, and your planners. So if you're one of those three things, definitely reach out to me, reach out to other individuals to, support. But if you just want to support, we'll have a website and we'll have different things out there in the near future. But right now, really the call is just for individuals who are reparationists, organizers, things of that nature. You can reach out to me.
How do they reach out to you?
Reach out to me via email. You can my email is KHALEFANDER491@gmail.com. If you want to get in contact with me on the Instagram, that's cool too. That's Lucky. What's that? Lucky_Leafy. You get in contact with me over there. And you can do Twitter too, facts215_. So if you just want to get in contact with me, if you're one of those things, that's really what we're looking for at this moment. We can't have everybody right now.
Not yet. Okay, so the other thing I'll give you props for is that a lot of people that have critiques of the Democratic Party and or the Republican Party are not doing anything to create something that they can support.
Right.
So props to you for that.
I appreciate you.
But again, do you expect to have a presidential by 2028?
The way I'm not looking, some people have different perspectives on the third party. I'm not looking at the third party to fully nominate everything. I'm looking at the third party to endorse people from Republican and Democratic Party.
Okay, I gotcha.
That's the cheat code.
Okay. Let's talk about Juneteenth. You obviously, as a young person, decided that this was an important thing.
Right.
And talk a little bit about that process and the event that you're doing now.
So this is our 6th annual Juneteenth event. If you would like to donate, you can also donate to our Cash App. That's at Millennial Juneteenth. That's the full Cash App. If you don't know how to spell Millennial Juneteenth, just put it in Google. I'm not going to spell the whole thing out. That's like 15 letters. Now, I'm just being honest. It's too long. Now, this is our 6th annual that we're doing. We're doing it in the Southwest neighborhood in Philadelphia, the King Session neighborhood. And one of my favorite things about doing it in the neighborhood is that the neighborhood has a lot of negative connotations about it, right? Like it's upsetting, but there's so much great things that come out of the neighborhood, but people don't know about it or people don't support it. Well, actually, people in the community support it, but like the larger media, right. As soon as somebody gets shot, man shot in King Session, mass shooting in King Session, you talk about it in the community event, you got to call the police 15 times to get them to come to the event because you know how you got to have police at the event. I'm on the phone begging police, hey, look, we need y'all to come to the event. We don't want y'all calling saying why y'all didn't call us about the event. So we need y'all to come to the event. News, send out press release to the news stations. Sometimes they don't, sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. But if we said somebody got shot, they'll be there in an instant.
Yeah, for sure that.
So the just really changing the negative connotation of the neighborhood, that was one of the reasons why I decided to do it in the neighborhood. We call it King Session. And then my grandma, she lived in the neighborhood as well. So it just all made sense.
So you do a Juneteenth festival.
Yes.
And what's the reparations component of that festival?
So what I do in regards to reparations and Juneteenth on that day, I might educate maybe like with a little, I might have somebody from my team, from the reparations team, have like a table and they might have like a 1-pager sharing reparations information with people. And then I'm gonna have somebody from my team also having a 1-pager about Juneteenth so that they can have that information. It's really just about getting people general information and background on it. Because, you know, you can't get in front of Black folk and just be teaching. Nobody want to hear the soapbox.
Yeah.
So you just give them some information. if you want to have a further conversation, we're going to, follow through. But let me get your contact information, first name, last name, email address. Take it from there.
Do you get pushback? This is your 6th annual. Do you get pushback from, what do you hear from Black people that you're having these non-soapbox conversations with?
The only type of Black people that I get any type of pushback is like old, wrinkled, dirty, conscious folks that's like, I didn't want Juneteenth to be a national holiday. Okay, thank you, brother. I appreciate you so much for your work and your advocacy. I'm just let you rock. Like, cool, you could think that, but it's a national holiday now, so nobody care what you talking about, old head. That's what it become at this point for me, like, because people in the community, people are just happy to have something of their own.
But that is a conversation. That is a conversation. I've heard it a lot. Yeah. Nobody asked for a Juneteenth holiday.
And that's not true. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the ignorance of it, because if you actually do the research, there's been people advocating for 30 and 40 years for Juneteenth to become a national holiday.
It didn't just come out of Biden's neck.
Listen, one thing about our people, I love our people to the fullest. But in regards to doing our due diligence on certain type of research topics and things like that, folks would just say anything before they actually say it, and then they'll say it with so much passion that people will think that is true.
That is true.
That's why I call myself Facts 215, because I got to come with facts only in today's time.
Yeah, well, we're talking with Khaleef Alexander. We'll continue this Freedman Friday conversation when we come forward on KBLA Talk 1580.
More of First Things First with Dominique DePrima when we come forward.
KBLA Talk 1580 congratulates Pastor and Mrs. William Sachs Epps on their retirement from stewardship at the historic Second Baptist Church. Dr. Epps has faithfully served Second Baptist.
Conversation about the election during News, Traffic, and Sports. But you're from Philly, and you have been very critical of the Democratic Party and the task force there in Philadelphia. So what are you recommending? What do they need to do?
I'm glad you asked that question. What they really need to do is to develop an Office of Freedmen Affairs agency at the city and at the state level. But we're talking about city. At the city level, they need to create that. In California, they had the task force first, then they said, now you need to create a agency. We already know that. It was in the 500-page report. We already know this is something that's birthed out of the reparations movement ideology. This has now been into pen and pad in reparations consciousness. So we already know that we can do a study fine, but we know that we need an agency to determine who's who. We know we need an agency to help with the genealogy and the records and all of that type of stuff. And we know we need an agency to help our community with just different things in general. So that's our number one thing that we're advocating for right now in the city of Philadelphia. We're advocating for a Freedmen Affairs agency.
On a city level,
state level. Not too much at the federal level at the moment, but city and state, we're in conversations. We've been in conversations for about several years, honestly, but intense conversations the past 6 to 8 months with city leaders and state leaders. Only thing is, Black folks scared to do stuff with Black folk. I'm just being honest.
No, I think that's right. Because we're always worried that we won't get reelected or will be seen as fringe or extreme, radical. So the solution is just keep pushing.
The solution is keep pushing, but then the solution is also to let the Black constituents know what these same politicians are doing for other people. Once you start pulling out a chart or start talking about money that's going to other folks, you're like, yeah, we just only asking for X, Y, and Z, but they still not giving us that. That's when people, they start scratching their head like, why they don't want to do this? And when you ask these people, you know what they say? We don't know if we fiscally can. We don't know how that's even possible.
We can't afford it, right? That's always the argument.
Yeah, or we don't know how we can do this. But if I came to you and I said, hey, look, I'm just being honest. Hey, look, I need an office for disabled persons. I need an office for disabled persons in the city's agency, this, that, and the third. That thing gonna get made quickly. Hey, my name is such and such. I want to create an office for LGBTQ X, Y, and Z. We seen that happen in 2008 in Philly.
Well, here's the thing. This is not just in offices. I mean, it's about anything reparatory in general. The Washington Post had a great article listing all of the people that have gotten reparations for bad, pharmaceuticals, for, farmers, all kinds of things. When it comes to Black people, we can't afford it. And the argument is made that people who weren't enslaved should not have to pay.
Right.
But yet, to your example, people who are not disabled pay for the Office of Disabilities. People who are not Nazis pay for Holocaust reparations, you know, and on it goes.
Right.
People who are not gay pay for LGBTQ. That's the whole idea of the commons, right? We pay taxes and it goes to the commons. Well, I don't drive on the 10 freeway, so I shouldn't have to pay to fix that. That's not how it works.
That's why the Democratic Party is failing. Because they decided to be, is this woman out there, and I'm gonna say her name on the record because I really don't agree with anything that she says, but I agree with her on this. The woman's name is Nikki Barnes, just like the gangster that snitched.
Nikki Barnes is a Democratic Party operative in Florida, I think.
But she's a loser in Florida. But I don't even want to talk about that too much because you can't be a Democratic operative in Florida and boasting on that. That's an oxymoron.
Okay, we're going off on a tangent.
I'm going off on a tangent.
Yeah, your point was.
She said that the Democratic Party is a house, is a tent, and the tent covers all of these different people, right? So when she said that,
everybody always says that it's a big tent.
It's a big tent, right? But I'm like, wait a minute, it's a big tent, but Black people have no section in the tent, and the Black people that did try to have some type of section in the tent, you know what those other people told them? Fellas, we don't care. We don't really want that.
And where's the Black section in the Republican tent?
Oh, no, we ain't talking about it. We already know what they get into. They never told us that they were our friends. We never voted for them in our communities. We never voted for them in
Lincoln.
Not since Lincoln. We never voted for them in our local elections, our state elections, and our local Congress people. They aren't Republicans. These are all Democrats who go to the church, the turkey drives, the bike giveaways. They'll do all of that. And when we go to say, hey, look, I have an agenda. Sorry, brother. But if I say, hey, look,
what they say is all lives matter. That's really basically what they say.
Yeah, they say that, and also that's not true. We actually did vote for the Republicans prior to 1964 in large numbers. So that's not true when they say, oh, well, we haven't voted for the Republicans since Lincoln. That's not exactly true because during the Great Depression, we voted for the damn Republicans. During World War I time, Jim Crow time, we voted for the Republicans. So both parties at the end of the day have betrayed us. So we're not beholden to any of these goddamn parties. And they both owe us. The Republicans, they owe us for what they did during Reconstruction. What happened during Reconstruction. And the Democrats, they owe us for the last 60 years of us voting blue no matter who, getting nothing tangible from it.
You know, but if I had, if I was coming as someone that say, hey, I want to do an internship with you. Hey, could I wash your windows? Hey, could I X, Y, and Z? It's always of a subservient position. They're not looking at people that are activists as their equal. They're like, well, how do you know this? And now that you know this, I can't actually do my job because you have so much information that you're making my job difficult because I actually have to do work. I got to call out these people before we go. I'm hosting a film screening in Philadelphia in collaboration with the University of Penn Museum. And we reached out to several what they call community schools. The community schools model and program in the city of Philadelphia received taxpaying dollars from the Sugary Tax Act. And that tax money went to create this program, 20 different schools. I reached out to 20 different schools. I reached out to the community schools department in the city of Philadelphia. Nobody responded for 2 weeks. I had to have my colleague go to the schools and search for the community school coordinators. He gets to the schools. For the community school coordinators that's on the website, they're not even the people anymore. They stopped working there 3 years ago. So we have a lack of proper efficiency at a lot of these governments. People actually aren't doing their job, and the money's been allocated for people. The money's been allocated for people who aren't doing their job. And what's happening is regular black folk in the community are being affected by people not doing their job, people getting hired to do jobs that never made sense, and the lack of money that's going to our people in our local communities. Because it's only getting worse. It's not really getting better. If we're saying eggs $12, what you think that's going to do for the person that don't have $12?
Yeah. Well, Molly Bell says it's a big tent. If it's a big tent, why not improve it and make it a house? We can all do it. We can all.
Oh, yeah. Then my husband died. I might just close up with that. I don't know what just happened. It's weird. I don't know. Chrome is acting stupid. You want to have that little window open for a long second. Can't come back. I don't know what the hell the Chrome just crashed on me.
That don't have $12.
Yeah. Well, Molly Bell says it's a big tent. If it's a big tent, why not improve it and make it a house? We can all do we can all do things.
Y'all already tried this, man. Like, come on. It's an abusive relationship at this point.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I know that you wanted to speak on the Juneteenth event and what we'll expect there. We only have a couple minutes there, so I'm leading you back there. But I do want to say it's interesting the way you framed Juneteenth because, as I said, when it became a holiday, it's hard to deny that we were enslaved if you have a holiday that celebrates our being freed from enslavement.
Right.
I mean, as just a stake in the ground at this point of historical erasure. But what did you want to say about your celebration?
Well, Juneteenth this year, we're going to have all black-owned businesses. People are going to be selling different types of clothes, apparels, handmade arts and crafts. Obviously, you got to have some good eats. We're going to have some good food there as well. We have our vendor application open. We have our sponsor application open as well. That's on our Instagram page, also on our website. Our Instagram page is Millennial Juneteenth. Our website is
I actually don't know how to spell millennial, but I'll look it up.
good.
And
then
Kwamel says it's 20 letters, not 15. FYI.
see, look, that's why I didn't even say it.
Millennial
It's so many.
Juneteenth on Instagram if you want to be a sponsor or if you want to be a vendor.
And then our website is mjphilly1865.org.
Boy, you be getting some MJ Philly.
mjphilly1865.org. And we're gonna have those different things, different type of services. So we're gonna have healthcare providers there, and then communication with some nurses. People are gonna be able to get their blood pressure checked, cholesterol checked, their diabetes checked, all types of things like that. We might even have free COVID testing going on at the event.
It's the 19th. Obviously, Juneteenth. We're celebrating our 4th anniversary that day here in LA. We only got 30 seconds. What do you want to leave us with, Khaleef Alexander?
I just hope to see people come out Juneteenth, not just in Philly, but everywhere. I want people to be supporting the Black American organizers that you have in your local areas, because Juneteenth is our day. We're not celebrating it, then other people want to start celebrating more than us. And really, Juneteenth is a holiday. So if you're an organizer, you best be going to the city and the state to go get different type of funds to support your event.
Oh, gosh. Morris asked, we only have like 5 seconds. How are you funding your party?
The party
United Citizens.
To be announced at a later date.
Okay, sounds like a whole show.
Absolutely.
Khaleef Alexander, thank you for the work you're doing, the energy you're bringing, and thanks for coming.
Absolutely. You take care. You have a good one as well.
All right, we got a special guest up next. Hip hop is in the house, I think. We'll see. Okay.
All right, y'all. So that was that. So yes, they are definitely connected. Juneteenth and reparations. And Juneteenth is specifically for foundational Black Americans. It's an FBA holiday. And reparations is specifically for foundational Black Americans in this country. So they're definitely connected. So shout out to Khaleef Alexander for going on this Democratic Shield show and trying to set the record straight. So moving along, the last topic is Namibia, otherwise known as Southwest German Africa. It's demanding reparations from Germany. So now, since we've been demanding our reparations here in the United States, other countries, especially in the diaspora and in Africa, are also demanding their reparations. And we applaud that and we salute that. We're not going to stand in the way of that. So you goddamn colonizer. That's what we've been saying since the very beginning. So stop trying to undermine our stuff, our reparations claim, and sue your goddamn colonizers. So shout out to Namibia for demanding reparations from, as Shabaka would say, the raping, trading, slave trading, pedophile nation of Germany.
And saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of them.
Namibia. Anyway, they have a woman president, and she just declared that they're going to have free education for all, which I've got good news and I've got bad news type energy. And this is the perfect time to call me. There's space for you right now. 800-920-1580. I mean, actually, there's always space, but there's more space. You got a first class seat right now. 800-920-1580. We talked about Namibia, tiny country. It's like 3 million people in Africa. Maybe we'll go there. 2026. I want to go to Namibia. Anyway, they have a woman president, and she just declared that they're going to have free education for all, which, like I said, if tiny, no money having, 3 million people strong Namibia can do education, college for free, we should be able to do the same. Now she's taking the step, this Black woman president, of marking the genocide in their country. Germany's forgotten genocide is what historians call it. First genocide of the 20th century. More than 70,000 Africans were murdered by the Germans. And this is 40 years before the Holocaust, by the way. before they were used, as before Africans were used for human experiments in those concentration camps and fake science, torture, campaigns. This is before it was even called Namibia, when it used to be called Southwest Africa. Um, the
Southwest.
chapter in history is rarely talked about. And this woman is saying, no, we will remember. And we are going to start marking this every year. This Holocaust, well, the German Genocide Day, 70,000 folks, that is being marked this week. And it is part of a campaign by the Namibian government to push Germany to pay them reparations. So no matter how many times the Trump administration and Stephen Miller try to make a mockery out of reparations, no matter how many times they say it was too long ago, that the people today didn't own slaves, so they shouldn't have to pay, no matter how many excuses they make about how we won't spend the money right, no matter how many times they try to make it seem unviable, untenable, and like it doesn't matter or it's impossible. It's actually, the reparations movement is continuing to pick up speed. CARICOM, which represents the Caribbean, as Jamaicans and Barbadians and others push European nations for their reparations here in the United States, as we see the continuing growth of reparations commissions, task force on a state level, on a city level, county, and eventually we will get something going on the national level. And this little African nation of Namibia is showing you how drip, 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 vote, 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 legislate, legislate, legislate. If you are the big tree, we are the small axe. Looking to chop you down, in the words of Bob Marley, and we will get it done. It's now a national holiday, Genocide Remembrance Day, and it's going to be marked as a journey of healing. It's being celebrated this week, but the actual date is May 28th every year. May 28th will be Genocide Remembrance Day in Namibia as part of their campaign to push forward reparations due to them from Germany. And that also was, a campaign that was over that the German colonization was also in effect in Cameroon, Togo, Zimbabwe. You can still see it in Zimbabwe. I traveled there. The amount of land that's owned still by Germans and the booming German tourism industry to that beautiful, rich, gorgeous African nation is still robust to this day. That mass slaughter that we're talking about, 70,000 Africans in Namibia, was from 1904 to 1908, was not formally admitted to, recognized by the Germans
4 years
until 4 years ago. 4 years ago, they finally admitted it. They said that they were willing to pay about $1 billion in development aid over 30 years. They don't want to call it reparations. They don't want to call it compensation. They're going to call it development aid. 70,000 people, $1 billion over 30 years. What is that, like $1 a day with interest? And Namibians were like, that ain't it. That ain't it. Some called it a joke. A group representing the victims of genocide's families called it evidence of the racist mindset of Germany and the neo-colonial subservience of Namibia. Well, neo-colonial subservience no more. So again, See what happens when you put a woman in control. And here's the crazy thing. They have photos, right? Because it was 1904 to 1908, they got receipts. Germany can lie all they want. They got receipts. And you can find those. Just Google image that. It's pretty, it will, yeah, it will make you angry. But, something I bet you haven't heard much about in the U.S. mainstream press. Can't wait to hear what Congresswoman Waters has to say about the blocking of Trump's global trade tariffs. She, of course, has been on the Finance Committee for many years, was the chair of that before Republicans took the majority, and she's now, I believe she's still the ranking member on that committee, so she'll have a lot of information. But the Court of International Trade ruled that an emergency law that the White House was using to justify those tariffs, because we know tariffs are really the job of Congress, right? The power of the purse is a congressional power, not an executive branch authority. And the Court of International Trade said the president didn't have authority to even put those tariffs on. And they are blocking them, almost all of them. That court, which is in New York, said the Constitution gives Congress the power to regulate commerce with other nations. And it's not something that the Trump administration has the power to do. They're saying they're going to appeal it. They'll probably lose. Well, I don't know. Who knows? If it goes all the way to Supreme Court, the extreme Supremes, ain't no telling how that could go. But the fact of the matter is it pauses them for now. Wall Street was celebrating. And the fact of the matter is the Trump administration can still enact these tariffs, if I'm not mistaken. I'll be interested to hear what Maxine Waters will have to say about it, because the president has both houses of Congress. He can go to Congress. Why didn't they do that in the first place? Because he wants to rule like a king or an emperor and not an actual president. He could have just said, we want to do these tariffs, taken it to the Republican-controlled Congress and passed it. More than likely, that's what would have happened. But now he's been rebuked, and it is a big L. L is for loser for the Trump administration. Taking your phone calls right now at 800-920-1580. I'm Dominique DePrima for KBLA Talk 1580.
She's reclaiming her time on KBLA Talk 1580. More First Things First with Dominique DePrima when we come forward.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is...
When are we allowed to say that? Trump calls South African white farmers supposedly being killed a genocide, but is holding up a picture showing grave sites from the Congo and cannot name one white farmer who has been killed as a result of being a white farmer. Yes, there's crime. Black farmers, white farmers, people who aren't farmers are getting killed through crime, not through a genocide. 70,000 was the number in Namibia, a country of only 3 million people. So now we're edging up on, my math ain't that good, but it's an impact on, it's a noticeable impact on the population of your entire nation. Same with Gaza. Gaza's tiny. And does it have to do with how many people? Does it have to do with whether they're civilians, women and children? Or is it simply when it's white people that are murdered, then you can acknowledge it as such?
Come on, Dominic.
What is the definition? What's the standard?
No question.
Elon Musk is out. He's kind of. He's leaving the Trump administration. Before he was saying that he needed to focus more on his companies, and he was criticizing the Trump tariffs, which in a rare moment I agreed with him. And now he's saying that his job here is done. He said he was going to cut $2 trillion in spending, and he cut that down to $150 billion. And clearly this was a failure because he didn't even meet his own goals. Plus, the amount of money that we're spending to cut that it may end up being a wash, or even a loss by the time we get done with all these lawsuits for firing people that you weren't authorized to fire. But he's tweeted, what do you call it now, X'd? As my scheduled time as a special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. Will become a way of life throughout government, blah, blah, blah. It's my platform, so I can lie and say whatever I want. But clearly he's not as tight with the broski as he used to be. Criticizing the big, beautiful bill. He said it could either be big or beautiful. Couldn't be both. Yeah. So, at least, I mean, they're not having it scheduled the normal Trump blowout, but we'll see. Could still be coming. Little Elon could still be a thing. Let's go to Fred calling us from LA. Hi, Fred.
Dominique. Okay, I listened to you and your guest this morning. Didn't get his name, but I heard his name, but I didn't write it down. Anyway,
James Farr, F-A-R-R.
Okay, well, he implied the Republicans have done nothing for the American Negro ever. But anyway, I was watching the news.
I missed that. Was my hearing aid off? I didn't hear those words come out James's mouth. Don't make James come running back in here and clock you. You know, he's just in the other room.
Now the State Department is trying to take away the 27 take away the visas from Harvard University, and 27% of the students are, that's what the State Department says, are foreigners. And I saw the Harvard man on TV. I guess he's called the chancellor. He said 31%. So that's almost a third of their admission. Now, let's assume the State Department is successful in removing all 31%, and that goes across the board with Columbia and all the other UCLA and all the other universities.
Let's just talk on Democratic Shiller right now. All right, I'm gonna stop it. I'm gonna end the show now. So I appreciate y'all tapping in, staying up with us through all the drama with Anaya. But yeah, join us tomorrow after Sablo's concert for season 5, episode 10, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and black empowerment. Chain Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and Deported City. They getting them up out of ICE, getting them up out of here about goddamn time. Them illegal, so we'll see y'all then. Peace. I appreciate everybody that tapped in. Jay Militant, make sure y'all go sub to his channel. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is in the description. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Crew. Anybody that was peeking and not speaking. Of course, Lady Che for popping, showing up briefly to check Anaya. All right, we'll see y'all later. Like I said, after Sablo's concert. So we'll probably be starting later than usual. So hopefully y'all are up to hear what we got for y'all tomorrow. Peace.